Welcome everyone. Whoops, testing. Can you hear? Sounds faint. Welcome everyone. We're going to be getting going here soon. We're just going to wait a couple more minutes. Welcome everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. I just want to do a sound check on the mic. We're having a few technical problems. Everybody hear me okay? No?
I can hear you.
So the folks on the phone can hear, but the folks in the room, not so much. Testing? Any better? A little bit better? Any better? Yes? Okay. Great. Thank you. I now call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is Tuesday, February 7, 2023. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Solt.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here.
Ms. Dern.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Mr. Sweet.
Present.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Zalatel. Here. Mr. Cross. Ms. Kuhn-Davidson.
Here. Mr. Cross is here too. I think his mic was off.
Mr. Voland.
Happy to be here.
And Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Pete.
Present.
Very low. Okay. You have a
Present.
quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Reverend Schultz, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I'm looking for the button. Did I get it? All right, wonderful. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Zalatel, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. I want to note that due to some technical difficulties tonight that are being addressed, we won't have the closed captioning on the GCI broadcast for tonight's meeting. And I also received a message that there is some static on the YouTube feed as well. So I just want to, before we continue with the meeting, check in really quick on the technical side. I know we're having some issues with microphones up here. Thanks for your patience, folks. We're just trying to figure out here what the issue is. We're good? Or is that a thumbs up or a wait a minute? Testing.
Yeah, there you go. See, I'm magic.
Mr. Peterson, would you test your mic as well?
Test. 1, 2, 3, test. ABC, test.
So the YouTube feed is being addressed as well, so apologies, folks, for the delay. We will move on. Next is minutes of previous meetings, and we do not have any. Next is the mayor's report. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. It's good to see you here tonight. It's Black History Month here in Anchorage and around the country. This month, my office is highlighting important African American leaders throughout our great city. On February 22nd, from 11 to 12 p.m., my office is hosting a roundtable with notable African American leaders and entrepreneurs from our community. We look forward to having the community present there. Our office recently helped participate in a career expo at West High with over 700 participants there exploring post-secondary options for Alaska students. This was the first ever partnership established between the MOA and the Anchorage School District to help bring new opportunities to Anchorage youth. Speaking of youth opportunities, Parks and Recreation is gearing up for our summer months and is looking at a robust seasonal hiring process. I'd like all young high school seniors to take note of that. Parks and Recs normally hires over 100 plus workers to care for our beautiful outdoor spaces during the summer. Part of that hiring involves Youth Employment in Parks program that is a joint program between Parks and Rec, and the Anchorage Park Foundation. 25 teens between the ages of 16 and 19 are hired to work on park improvement projects for a 10-week period. This is a perfect first job experience that exposes youth to careers in the outdoors and natural resources fields. Since the program started, we have hired over 425 teens and completed 112 park improvement projects that have improved our entire community. Now, last Friday, I had the honor of helping our fire department announce the rollout of a new technology partnership between the municipality and a company called PulsePoint. PulsePoint is a mobile app that notifies users when someone is having a cardiac arrest or a heart attack nearby. It enables folks who are CPR trained to provide on-scene response and potentially life-saving measures prior to emergency personnel arriving on the scene. PulsePoint is active in thousands of communities across North America, and we are thrilled to have it here now in Anchorage. I want to thank Chief Schrage and his team for their diligent effort in bringing this life-saving tool to the citizens of our city. Thank you all, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, you didn't address the recent letter we all received from the former Human Resources Director, Nikki Shabaka. Of particular concern in that letter, and what I wanted to ask you about was he indicates that there was only a one-day vetting time given to him with regard to Joe Gerace. And I guess my question is, when we were taking up Mr. Gerace's confirmation, I twice delayed that item and asked for an executive session. So what, if any, additional vetting did you request in response to the concerns that were being raised with regard to Mr. Gerace? Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Zalatel, I will defer to acting municipal attorney Blair Christensen, as that is an HR and legal issue. Thank you.
Actually, I am not asking Ms. Christensen. I'm asking what you may have asked for, because I don't believe it's an HR issue as to the process you've used, or a legal issue. Whether or not you asked for additional vetting or actually only asked for a one-day turnaround is a factual issue.
As it addresses a former employee and current employees in that process, through the chair, by the way, that is an HR issue, and I think you should know that. I know you feel differently, but the facts are the facts, and this is an HR issue.
All All right, well, thanks for the opportunity to ask the question, Madam Chair, but apparently I'm not going to get a response. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Presverdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I want to give you an opportunity, Mr. Mayor, to address, what most of us in the community have been reading and hearing about your administration, the massive amounts of resignations, the toxic work environment. And so I'd like to give you an opportunity to respond to those, not the HR issues, but the issues of the fact that your administration is crumbling. And I'd like to hear from you as to what's going on and what you're doing about it. That's the first question. The second question is, have you seriously considered resigning?
Through the chair, I have not considered resigning in any way, in any fashion whatsoever. As to the issues that you are reading about in the media, we are, I think, prepared to have a work session on that if you are prepared for that. But again, we're not going to talk about this matter, these HR matters, in a public forum. Past, present, and future employees need to be confident that that their issues, their personnel issues, are not going to be spoke about in public, and that's why I've remained silent. And I've said that over and over, and I've told the Assembly that, and the media that, and we're going to stick with that. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Presverdia? And we are just waiting on some final documents. We don't have them yet. I'm going to ask the body to change the order of the day to go to a parent's request because we are waiting on additional documents, and once we get into the addendum and everything, that can take some time. And I'd like to go straight to our parents' request. If I could get a second from Mr. Cross and unanimous consent. Okay, we will go ahead and move on to a parent's request. Welcome, Reverend Schultz.
Thank you. It's part of my work to step into challenging family systems. And so I'm happy to be here with all of you, and I think it would be silly to try to move on without just recognizing and addressing the fact that we are in a moment of a lot of division and tension and some difficult conversations. And at times like that, it can be really hard to focus on the hope and the joy and the life in this city that has so much to offer. And so I'm here really only to say to the Assembly and to the administration, thank you. You took a leap of faith with us back in July to allow First Presbyterian Church to form First Presbyterian Church LLC, which was involved in purchasing the guest house because of the funds that you all provided by working together. Because of that and input from other nonprofits, including but not limited to the Rasmussen Foundation, we were able to make that purchase so that people in 133 units can have stable, dignified, long-term housing. First Presbyterian Church played our part. It was a small part on a big team. We're proud of it, and now we're proud to hand it off. And so I've invited Vic forward to say a bit about the next steps.
Okay, well, thank you. My name is Vic Malazzi, and I'm chair of the new Anchorage Affordable Housing and Land Trust. I've met a few of you already. Just to give you a timeline, the trust was created in November. The state gave us our articles. We created the articles of incorporation. We incorporated in November. We received our IRS nonprofit designation. In December, we signed an agreement with the municipality that transferred $11.8 million of ARPA funds to the trust. And immediately, not more than about a week later, we purchased the Barrett Inn, 96 units off of Spenard. At the same time, we were working with Matt to acquire the membership interest in the LLC that owns the guest house, and we accomplished that. In January, we closed on our last purchase, a 45-unit apartment building formerly known as the Lakeshore Inn, So we have that now. So the trust now has 271 units on 3 parcels for low to extremely low income individuals. That's a category that people with vouchers now have, if they're low to extremely low income, but there's no place for them to use the vouchers. So hopefully in the next 60 days, we're going to be ramping up the Lakeshore. We should probably be able to move faster on that one because it's in excellent shape. So as we progress, you'll be finding out some more information from us. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I have 3 members in the queue with questions. And Reverend Schultz, if you would just state your name for the record officially.
I'm sorry, yeah, I'm Reverend Matthew Schultz.
The first member in the queue is Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. Hi there, Matt. So about 3 weeks ago, or a month ago, the Downtown Community Council had a visit from the new ownership group, and the visit was quite shocking because the new ownership group basically went backwards on all the commitments that you made about outreach and connection with the community. And I'm not exactly sure where that conversation has landed because I've been out, but I am just hoping that you can impress upon the new management group that you had an arrangement that you would work with the Downtown Community Council because their concerns aren't invalid, and I just want to make sure that everybody hears that.
Hi, Chris. Thanks. I was not able to attend that meeting, nor has anyone who was in attendance on that meeting reached out to me to talk about those things. So I'm happy to remain in conversation with the new management and with the Downtown Community Council to try to do what you said. I think those commitments are good, and the Downtown Community Council was one of the groups that took this leap of faith. They had open hearts and open minds to try something new, and if this turns out to not be beneficial to their interests, then I will share their negative emotions. I think we need to do a lot to keep them on the team by making sure those commitments are followed.
Chris, one more thing.
Thank you.
This is Vic Malazzi, and I intend to attend. I will be attending the meeting of the Downtown Community Council. I think it's on March 1st, and I think I don't know the last time the meeting was held. We were not entitled. I don't know what happened. I was not there, but I will be there on the meeting. And anybody has any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer it. I know there's a memorandum of understanding out there that is going to be signed and a variety of other things. So we're going to work with the community to make sure this works. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Next is Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Reverend Schultz, and also for you being here, Vic. I just wanted to say thank you for the work you've done. I think this is a complex issue, and we've seen a lot of community partners really engage and step up, and you're 2 of them, and so I'm just really thankful. And I also wanted to thank Mr. Rivera, who, you know, the public may remember that the administration had promised this money and then couldn't find it and didn't have the wherewithal to finish this project. And so, am I still in your thunder, Mr. Rivera? So Mr. Rivera stepped up and came forward with a proposal to find the funds to make this project happen. And these are real solutions, really moving us forward. And so I just want to thank Mr. Rivera for his leadership on this and other things, as well as you. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, Ms. Quinn Davidson, you didn't steal my thunder. So I want to thank you for playing such a critical role in this. I honestly don't think that the full picture of the negotiations and the twists and turns that we had to maneuver around will ever come to light, but I appreciate your role and Rasmussen's role in helping to make this happen, working closely with the Assembly and other community partners to make this a reality. This is really part of a larger vision that I think we are just getting started on, and we have part of that vision. We already have about 300 units, new units that are coming online for housing, and I think that is fantastic. That's something that should be celebrated, and I appreciate you coming here to be part of that celebration. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next is Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I just want to say how grateful I am for how the guest house has been operated and for your continued work on housing. And I'm grateful to this body for placing trust in our community partners. And I know that it's not something that the mayor was a fan of. I think he said that Rasmussen should be giving us money or something like that. But the ARPA appropriations that we made to bring this housing online, I think are a very good thing. I want to circle back to what Member Constant was talking about. One of the first things that I did on this body was to co-sponsor those appropriations to close the sale of the guest house. And Reverend Schultz, you mentioned that leap of faith that not only the Downtown Community Council took, but also the Fairview Community Council, to the point where they wrote a letter of support for this project moving forward. The one thing they requested was you enter into a memorandum of understanding. And so as ownership changes hands, I would strongly encourage the new trust to enter into that same memorandum. I don't think it's overly cumbersome. I think it's just going to give those community councils the surety that you will continue to dialogue with them and to make sure that there's mitigation efforts in the neighborhood. But so far, I think I'm really happy with what I've seen of the guest house. I think it's a true success story. Thank you.
Actually, I'll be signing the MOU at the meeting on the 1st of March, so that will be in place.
That's wonderful news. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Thank you both so much for your service to the community and for being here. Next is the Assembly Chair's report, and I want to say welcome all of you for joining us here tonight, whether in person or online for this meeting. I want to note that the Assembly has always put the people first in our meetings, and tonight we have a lot of members here from the public to recognize important community events like Black History Month, Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, and Elizabeth Peratrovich Day. However, tonight is very unusual because the Assembly needs to first address a very serious matter. I apologize in advance to the members of the public who have come tonight for recognition resolutions because I'm going to ask my colleagues that we change the order of the day again to take up item 12A, the notice of reconsideration, next, and I'm going to pass the gavel to Ms. Zelatel to recognize me.
Ms. LaFrance, you are recognized.
I move to change the order of the day to take up item 12A, the notice of reconsideration regarding the release of the tapes from the January 24 executive session. If I can get a second.
Chris seconded.
Second.
On February 2nd, as chair, I issued the second subpoena to Human Resources Director Nikki Chewbacca to produce the documents on the investigation into Mr. Gerace's tenure as the Health Department Director. And the response to the subpoena was due tonight at 5 p.m. It is now 5:30 p.m., and I would like to ask the members to take up this notice of reconsideration because we need to address whether the administration has responded to the subpoena.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. A motion to change the order of the day is not debatable. Seeking unanimous consent? Hearing no objection, the order of the day is now changed.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. We will now take up item 12A. Notice of reconsideration. Notice of reconsideration was given by Assembly Vice Chair Constant. If folks on the phone could please mute. Notice of reconsideration was given by Assembly Vice Chair Constant and seconded by Assembly Member Zelatel on the following item from the January 24, 2023 regular Assembly meeting to release executive session tapes immediately with certain exceptions.
Madam Chair, before we take up the motion for, notice of reconsideration. I have some laid on the table items I would like to have distributed for the body's consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Two items are being distributed to members on the dais, which will be emailed to the members on the phone shortly. Actually, there are 3 Assembly Information Memorandums. Go ahead, Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay all 3 of these items on the table.
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Zolotel to lay all 3 unnumbered aims on the table. It has been seconded by Mr. Voland. Go ahead, Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These items are timely as laid on the table as they directly relate to the motion for reconsideration. Of course, we wanted to wait until the last moment for response and compliance, and you'll notice that they are timeline, the request and subpoenas served on the Director of Human Resources for the municipality, as well as the administration's response to the Assembly leadership's request for the release of documents.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Is there any discussion on the motion to lay the 3 unnumbered aims on the table? Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn this over to Municipal Attorney Blair Christensen. Thank you.
And again, this is on the motion to lay these items on the table.
I just wanted to note for the record that the record was incomplete. Our response to the Assembly was not included in these documents.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay the 3 unnumbered aims on the
Madam Chair,
table.
I'm sorry. A point of order. I'm wondering, is Ms. Christensen referring to a different document? Because there's a letter here from the administration, Blair. I just want to make sure, yeah, it's on the record that it is part of the documents. Thank you.
Members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay the 3 unnumbered aims on the table.
Mr. Salt? Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Okay, we heard Mr. Constant. Mr. Salt, one more time?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
The motion to lay the 3 unnumbered aims on the table is approved 12-0. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you. I move to accept all 3 laid on the table AIMs.
Second.
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Zolotel to accept all 3 laid on the table aims. It has been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. Accepting these Assembly Information Memorandum, put them into the public record officially, and I think they should be before us as we move towards taking up this next item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Is there any discussion on the motion to accept the aims?
Madam Chair, could I get a bit more description of the aim so I can find it in my email?
Sure. Just one moment, Mr. Solt. I believe they are being sent right now. Have you received them, Mr. Solt?
Not yet.
Okay, the email
Okay, I have them.
just came through. Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Solt. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to accept the 3 aims.
Mr. Solt?
Could you come back to me, please?
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
And then Mr. Solt, whenever you're ready.
Yes.
The motion to accept the 3 aims is approved 12-0. Because this item 12A depends on the Bronson administration's response to the second subpoena that I issued to Mr. Chewbacca on February 2, I'd like to ask the Bronson administration if they have a response to the subpoena.
Madam Chair, could you clarify, because I believe our response is in one of the aims just laid on the table.
Ms. Christensen, can you tell us what you produced?
As explained in the letter, it's always been the position of the municipal attorney's office. We receive subpoenas, if not daily, weekly, and it's the position of the municipal attorney's office that we do not have the right to waive the constitutional privacy rights of employees, that's very clearly from the case law, the court's job. And so our response is that we don't have the right to waive anyone's constitutional right to privacy. That would take a court order to weigh to balance the privacy interests.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen. So to just clarify for folks following along, this letter, there's a letter dated today from Mayor Bronson to Assembly leadership that was transmitted apparently via email, dated again February 7, 2023, regarding 2/2/23 Assembly leadership letter regarding Joe DeRace documents. And as Ms. Christensen stated, it is a letter stating that the Department of Human Resources will not be producing the documents as requested in Assembly Leadership's February 2, 2023 letter. Go ahead, Ms. Zelatel.
Thank you. In light of the administration's position, I move to reconsider the decision from January 24, 2023's regular assembly meeting to release the executive session tapes.
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Zelatel to reconsider the Assembly's decision to release the tapes from the executive session. It has been seconded by Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Ms. Zelatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will actually let Mr. Constant mostly speak to the rationale for this motion. I would urge a yes vote after we had our debate on the release of the executive session tapes. Council came back with more refined advice and guidance to put us in a posture to better secure what we're seeking, which is the publication of this document that's been subpoenaed, and how that runs concurrent with the release of the tapes.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So we find ourselves once again in a position where we face the stonewall of Mayor Bronson and his legal team. And we have, at the last meeting, voted to release the records. Our council made a fair argument that we should allow every possible administrative step before we turn to the courts. And so if you look in the letter and the subpoena that commanded Mayor Bronson's team to submit these records to us, and commanded to do so in a way that was redacted of any claims of privilege or confidentiality, they decided that they didn't need to act, and they're availing themselves in a claim of a constitutional question. And so the proper action for us is to have allowed them the administrative process to proceed, which I believe heretofore we have done. And then what the proper course of action is to meet Ms. Christensen where she stands, which is to seek from the court an order from this mayor to provide the records that the public should rightly have.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera, on the motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is going to be for Ms. Zalatel, and so basically, we made this motion because we, as a body, wanted to get the tapes out, and we wanted the public to understand the conversation that we were having. As I understand it, the reconsideration was sort of a last-ditch attempt. The administration would release the documents on their own. They have decided not to. So can you just speak a little bit so I can have a better understanding and be confident in voting yes, as you've requested on this motion, on the guide path to eventually getting these documents public?
Yes, Mr. Rivera. So if the motion on reconsideration comes back before us, if the motion on releasing the tapes comes back before us, we would follow the advice of counsel, which is to release them concurrent with the conclusion of potential litigation, and then possibly take up another item to authorize such litigation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mayor Bronson?
I just wanted to say, to clarify for the record, that it is the municipal attorney's position that it's not a valid subpoena because Mr. Chewbacca no longer works for the municipality of Anchorage, and it is unusual, in my line of work at least, whenever we get a subpoena, we normally, for records, we get it to the records custodian for this exact reason. So by personally naming him, he no longer has access to the documents. And so the person commanded to bring them, obviously, no longer works for us or has access to the records. And so while we responded the same way we would have responded had it been to the records custodian, I just want to clarify that there is that issue.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. Follow-up question for Ms. Christensen. If we subpoena the mayor to produce the documents, then unless he resigns, he'll produce the documents?
No, as I just stated, that we responded the way we would have responded had you properly subpoenaed the documents, that there is a constitutional right to privacy that we do not have the right to waive, but that the appropriate subpoena in these situations, or I would say at least what we most commonly see, is a subpoena to the records custodian.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. Just in quick response to that, I think this is why we need to proceed with this motion for reconsideration. I think the subpoena feels a little bit like a red herring, and I would really like to get on with the conversation about how we should move forward, because even subpoenaing the executive, Mayor Bronson, apparently wouldn't be sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. Since we're clarifying the record, on behalf of the chair, I will just say the the subpoena was in fact duly authorized and proper. It's just that some reason before the delivery of the documents, the former HR director decided to resign.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion for reconsideration of the Assembly's decision to release executive session tapes immediately.
Mr. Salt? Mr. Constant?
Yes.
And Mr. Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion is approved 12-0. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. I move to release the tapes of the January 24th executive session at the sooner of when a court orders the January 13, 2023 memorandum. The subject of the executive session is no longer confidential or privileged, or when such confidential or privileged status is otherwise removed, or after 20 years.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel, can we get that language to the clerk?
Yes, I will send that now. And may I speak to it?
Yes.
So the intent here is to ensure that if a court orders that the documents being sought are not confidential, that the tapes are also not confidential. And we don't know at what point the court may authorize that, so it's when it's the sooner. So as soon as that becomes available and operable, then such things would be released. However, if after 20 years otherwise passes, then the time will have come, because likely any litigation should be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. And the language on the motion is on the screen now. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to leadership and to Ms. Zalatel for working on this. I don't have a problem supporting this motion. I guess I'd just like to say to the public that this is just such a farce. If you were to see, and someday you will, what they don't want to show you, it has absolutely nothing in it, and that's why they don't want you to see it, because they want you to think they were doing more than they were, which was nothing. No investigation, basically. So it's embarrassing. It's a waste of time. But here we are, yet again, wasting our time with this mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I support this, but probably for a different reason. I think that when we go into executive session, that the parties who enter into that are going out with confidence so they can deal with personnel issues, and it kind of, even if we fervently disagree with what we've heard and we feel as if we're dissatisfied with it, we have a responsibility to uphold our end of the executive session. And so I guess I see this differently. I mean, otherwise, I think if we just release executive session notes, particularly when dealing with personnel issues, out of an emotional response rather than a legal one, we end up putting ourselves in jeopardy. So again, I support it for a different reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, yes, I agree with what Member Cross just said, that there should be sort of a baseline expectation of confidentiality when we enter into executive session. However, on the flip side, executive session can be abused. It can be essentially a screen that's put up to block the public from knowing what's going on. And I think when executive session is used in that way to keep things from seeing daylight, things that should be able to see the light of day, then that is, that's troublesome as well. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. I'm probably not going to speak quite as eloquently as Mr. Voland just did, but we were duped into going into executive session. The reason we were given wasn't really valid, and when we got into executive session, we learned there was nothing confidential there, and that's a dangerous precedent. It's us as the Assembly, the legislative and oversight body that represents the people of Anchorage, being asked to keep this administration's secrets. And that's not okay. So I think we definitely need to demand transparency, and this is one way to do that. And really put it to the courts to decide if the document and or tapes should be made available. We wouldn't be here had the administration been honest with us in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Next is Mr. Solt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To sort of echo what's already been said, I think I'm always in favor of open and transparent communication and always being bare in front of the public with nothing to hide. I think that's the best policy. I think for the Assembly who calls the executive session and we vote on the executive session, I think we need to set our bar higher as to what demands an executive session and not use it liberally, just for the reasons that have already been stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. You know, all of that is true that everyone has said, and the leadership team, the letter from us and the subpoena narrowed very dramatically the request, narrowed it to the point where we said, if you believe items are privileged or confidential, redact them and provide for us a log of why you redacted them, which is the method and process by which they could follow the law, follow the command, and at the same time protect the privacy and constitutional interests and privileges. But instead, what they opted to do was simply thumb their nose and say, nope, we're not going to do it, which is why we're here. And so it's not about the Assembly asserting an action in an executive session with the intent to reveal private records. We are literally giving them every opportunity to do the right thing before we take the next step.
Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As chair, I feel like I need to explain a little bit as to how we ended up in an executive session to see a report that the mayor promised the public that the administration would do and ultimately share the findings with the public. If you look at one of the unnumbered aims, subject efforts taken by the Assembly to acquire information relevant to the vetting of public officials appointed to executive level positions, you will see a timeline of what led us here. And it starts with the nominee on August 6, 2021, Mayor Dave Bronson's nominee for an acting health department director, Mr. David Morgan, resigning a week prior to his confirmation hearing, and then September 17, 2021, Mayor Bronson nominating Mr. Joe DeRace to be the next health department director. Following that, the Assembly received questions and emails about Mr. DeRace's competence. You can fast forward there, or actually it's right there on the timeline. On August 8, 2022, where Alaska Public Media confronted Mr. DeRace with evidence that he had largely fabricated his resume. August 9, 2022, Mayor Bronson announced that he had ordered an in-depth and thorough investigation into Mr. DeRace's hiring. On September 8, 2022, the Vice Chair and I sent a letter to the municipal manager at the time, Ms. Zimboski, requesting the administration address numerous specific concerns. The letter is included in the documents tonight. On September 13, 2022, Ms. Zimboski replied by email stating she was conferring with HR and law and anticipated having a response in the very near future. On November 16, 2022, I emailed Ms. Zimboski following up. On December 14, 2022, we took it up in the audit committee to do an audit scoping. On December 17, 2022, Ms. Zimboski replied to my email providing a couple of relevant pieces of information about how they now, I believe, are historical hiring practices and how they were going to do future hiring practices. She was then terminated December 20th, and so on, where you can look and see December 23rd, 2022, I emailed the new acting municipal manager, Mr. Kohlhase, and the mayor, stating that the two memoranda provided did not address the requests. And then Ms. Christensen responded, asserting a constitutional right to privacy, that it could not be waived. I responded saying, let's call an executive session. This is what an executive session is for. We are the legislative body. We frequently are briefed about confidential documents in executive session. Again, that is what an executive session is for. And I asked for a redacted copy of the report. That is another way in which information is shared with the Assembly. We didn't receive it. More follow-up in January. And when actually, at that time, the Department of Law said, you're going to need to subpoena it because we can't release it. We get to executive session, we get nothing. Absolutely nothing. The municipality, the mayor's administration is on fire. It's burning. We get nothing. And it's a little bit hard to be here in our meetings over and over where the mayor refuses to talk to the community. He refuses to share information with the Assembly. He refuses to share information with the public. And we're supposed to go on continuing, oh, everything's okay. It's not okay. This is a very serious situation. It was not by accident we ended up in executive session. That is what it's for, so we can receive sensitive information that we are not getting, that we haven't received the entire time Mr. Bronson has been in office. So that is why we ended up in executive session. I agree. We were duped into it, Ms. Zelatel. We were promised an investigation, the community was promised an investigation, and we have received nothing. And to say the least, it's very, very upsetting. This is a very serious situation. And forgive me, yes, I'm very upset. My husband and I decided to make Anchorage our home. We decided to raise our children here, and to see it being handled like this is so incredibly painful and so unnecessary. And yes, I am upset. Forgive me, folks, but this is really hard to take, Mr. Mayor, and I don't understand your behavior. It's like you don't give a hoot about our community. So I think it's time that you address us all and tell us what the heck is going on with your administration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. I understand your emotion. At the end of the day, you need to understand this is a legal issue. The people that need to answer this are over here. I could order all the documents, whatever, and the law department will still refuse. I can order them released. It makes no difference. I don't know. We've been dealing with some of these issues, Blair has for over a year, and the answer is always going to be the same, is always going to be the same, in that this is a legal issue. I don't know how you don't understand that, but I just thought I needed to be on the record to summarize what Blair has been saying for a year. So thank you.
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that the mayor recognizes that some of us do feel deeply about our community and do, in addition to having rational responses, have emotional responses as well. My community is really important to me, and I can't underscore how serious this issue is. And also let you know that leadership has, we've received a legal opinion, and the fact of the matter is, there's a lot you can say without touching any personnel issues. And while you are not required to say anything, there is nothing preventing you from addressing your community and explaining why we are in this situation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Yes, I just think the mayor's testimony just crystallized exactly his response to pretty much all of this. Points at someone else and says it's their fault.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion that is on the screen. I can't see the bottom, but I'll read as much as I can. To release the tapes of the January 24 executive session at the sooner of when a court orders the January 13, 2023 memorandum, the subject of the executive session is not confidential or privileged, or when such confidential or privileged status is otherwise removed, or after 20 years.
Mr. Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The motion is approved 12-0. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A document should be handed out now, which will be a laid-on-table item, which is a resolution that is to authorize litigation to seek the release of the report. So as soon as it's handed out, I'll make the motion to lay it on the table.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel.
And Madam Chair, this will be emailed as well.
Madam Chair, just point of information.
Go ahead, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. What is your question?
Oh, yeah, just on behalf of Mr. Salt and Mr. Constant, who didn't ask me to ask this, but I've been on the phone before, and it's really hard to make really quick decisions when you haven't had a chance to read. So I just ask you to, after they receive the email, give them a moment to read it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. We will do that.
Madam Chair, at this time, I would move to lay on the table a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly authorizing the Assembly Council to pursue litigation to compel the release of requested and subpoenaed records withheld by the administration.
Second.
Ms. Zalatel has made a motion to lay on the table an unnumbered resolution. It has been seconded by Mr. Constant. And I just want to confirm that members on the phone, have you received the resolution?
Yes, we have. Reading it now.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Speaking to the motion to lay it on the table, the timeliness is, this comes directly out of the conversation and the response we received tonight. So I believe it's timely. I won't get into the substance until it's laid on the table and we move it to a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Is there any discussion on the motion to lay the unnumbered AR on the table? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay the unnumbered AR on the table.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The motion to lay the unnumbered AR on the table is approved 12-0. Ms. Zalatel?
I move to approve the resolution of the Anchorage Assembly authorizing Assembly Council to pursue litigation to compel the release of the requested and subpoena records withheld by the administration.
Second.
A motion has been made to move to approve the unnumbered laid on the table resolution. It's been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We kind of discussed why we need to do this, but we've asked again, we've asked in different ways, we've asked politely, we've offered to review items in executive session, and there's just no getting documents that should be public released. And so what's the next redress? Unfortunately, it's going to court. And it is, as Ms. LaFrance said, sad to be here and sad to be in this position, that in order to get transparency and openness from the municipal government, it has to go to court. But if we don't do it, then it's all shrouded in mystery forever. And that's not fair either. I'm really apologetic, quite frankly, and embarrassed that this is where our community is right now. And I don't blame our community. I don't blame the assembly. I think the assembly has taken a very measured approach. I blame the administration for not wanting to be answerable for what's happening in City Hall that is affecting our community. And so I hope members can support this. I hope that this can move quickly and that the documents can be released and that it doesn't become a distraction, but it's necessary. And it's necessary to hold people accountable for their actions and for being transparent. You would hold us accountable. You have. And so this is our opportunity to do that with the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Next is Mr. Constant.
So having just reviewed this, I think I need to make an amendment. And that is, I would move to add a whereas clause relating to the departure of Human Resources Director. If I can get a second, I'll put the language out there.
I'll second it for discussion.
Seconded
Thank
by
you.
Ms.
So what I would
Alatel.
offer is that whereas on February 6th, the Human Resources Director who was subpoenaed resigned. At the regular meeting, the Anchorage Assembly on February 7th, the municipal attorney opined that the administration's response would be the same.
And Ms. Alatel is working to get the language you propose, Mr. Constant.
Thank you.
She's
Sorry
writing
to,
it down for the clerk.
add such a chunk, but I just think it's essential to tell the factual story.
Am I okay to restate the motion as I understand it? So the addition would be at line 41, whereas on February 6, 2023, the Human Resources Director resigned, and on February 7th, the acting municipal attorney said the response to the subpoena would be the same.
Accurate.
So the clerk is working to get the language of the proposed amendment on the screen. Okay, Mr. Constant, we have the amendment up on the screen. Was there anything further that you wanted to speak to about the amendment?
I think it speaks for itself. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the unnumbered AR at line 41, whereas on February 6, 2023, the HR director resigned, and on February 7, the acting municipal attorney said the response to the subpoena will be the same.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 12-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Solt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I agree with everything Ms. Zalatel said, maybe call me a glutton for punishment or one last chance, but I think the legal course is the right course, but it is the last course of action. And my preference would be that the administration responds to this in whole without spending more resources, starting a battle between ourselves. And for that reason, I'll vote no for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, it's unfortunate that it's come to this, but, you know, at the same, I mean, you've got conflicting legal opinions, and I swore to uphold the Constitution. And although sometimes that's painful, individuals' privacy and their rights must be protected, and I don't think it's the job of the Assembly to decide what's private and not private. That's the painful, expensive part of going through this process that all could have been done by a better HR screening process, but I think unfortunately you'll have to go to a court so a judge can make a determination of where that line in the constitutional rights of an individual lie.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve the unnumbered AR as amended.
Mr. Solt?
No.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The resolution as amended is approved 11-1. Okay, we will return back to our agenda. And I just want to note that we started the meeting a little differently tonight when we went straight into some business about the mayor's administration that has been, frankly, casting a dark shadow over our community for many months now. Normally, we like to start our meetings with positive items like recognition resolutions that highlight all the good in our community. Unfortunately, the issues around the mayor's mismanagement are interfering with our ability to conduct the municipality's business, and we needed to take up that item. I can't underscore how serious this issue is and how expensive it will be for the municipality. Taxpayers will pay the costs for this unprecedented mismanagement through legal expenses and settlements, consultant contracts, and so on. But we need to continue forward and continue to do the work of the municipality to ensure that services continue. So we're going to go ahead and proceed with the agenda tonight. We'll move on to committee and liaison reports. I will start to my right with Mr. Solt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, the EAC held its first meeting of the new year, and much of it was focused on their new work plan around Choose Anchorage, and I think a well-founded attempt to revitalize Anchorage and attract talent to the city, as well as keep our young and growing talent in the city and in the municipality. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Next is Mr. Presverdia.
Madam Chair, will you go through the line and have me speak last, please?
Sure. Next is Ms. Dern.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have nothing to report.
Thank you, Ms. Dern. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the last Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting on January 25th, we finished off our emergency shelter discussion and reviewed a draft demobilization timeline and got an update from the administration on the Golden Lion. The next meeting of the Housing and Homelessness Committee will be next Wednesday, February 15th from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. in the Assembly Chambers. An agenda should come out tomorrow, hopefully, but the big ticket item is a presentation from the administration on their proposed demobilization plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Sweet?
The only report that I would have is related to the Equity Committee, which it sounds like is going to be spoken on a little bit later. So I'll defer to Cameron on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Sweet. Ms. Alatel?
No report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Mr. Constant, any report?
No report, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Cross?
Nothing to report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Salatel and I co-chair the Budget and Finance Committee. Our next meeting will be on February 16th, which is a Thursday, from 12:10 to 1:10 in room 155 of City Hall, first floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At our recent Health Policy Committee, we had a lot of interesting discussions, some good things and then some difficult things. The first thing I'd like everybody to be aware of is that there's going to be a free medical clinic on April 15th at the O'Malley Sports Center. A lot of volunteer practitioners are coming together to do free medical, dental, and vision services. So if you know somebody who doesn't have insurance, who is in need of medical care, please let them know about that opportunity. I asked them on the record, will they be billing insurance if people do have it, and they will not. So it's a free medical clinic. Another more troubling part of our discussion at the Health Policy Committee is that a big priority for the Assembly has been trying to get 24/7 operations for both the mobile crisis team and the mobile intervention team. We often hear from our constituents that there is not a quick enough response time when folks are having a mental health crisis, and that can be in instances even when there's a threat of violence. And so we're trying to stand this thing up, and then we heard in advance of that meeting from our current Muni manager that the administration will not be able to provide a firm direction or path forward on 24/7 MCT MIT implementation. One of the reasons that has been put forward for that is because perhaps the unions don't have a job classification for that. Well, we were able to hear from a representative of IAFF that they would love to work with the Assembly on establishing a job classification so that we can make that service available to the public, that when folks call 311, dispatch can triage appropriately around the clock. So we will be taking that up in our March Health Policy Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Community and Economic Development Committee met on February 2nd, and we received a summary of the changes from 2021-88S from Assembly Council, and we also discussed the biannual marijuana licensing. Our next Community and Economic Development Committee will be on February 16th at 9 a.m. at the Permit Center. The Ethics and Election Committee will be meeting, and that's going to be on February 15th at 1 p.m. at the Election Center, which is located on 619 East Ship Creek Avenue. And we're going to get an update from Dee Ennis about the Assembly members' conflict of interest disclosures, and also an update about the April municipal election. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel, and then we'll go back to Mr. Presverdia.
Sorry, I forgot to do the update for the Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee, which will meet on February 16th from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. We will be taking up an AWU item around disinfection system operations and overview, an update from the Heritage Land Bank. This is a holdover from last month, and we really hope they'll join us this month. And then also we will be taking up snow plowing and hauling contracts, how they're being enforced, the pots of money being used to pay for snow plowing and how snow plowing and hauling, because we're receiving considerable concerns in the last month. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to talk about the Anchorage Equity Committee of the Assembly. If you don't know, this is a new committee, and it's built a little differently than other committees. Just I want to read this. The Anchorage Equity Committee of the Assembly is a special assembly committee, and members represent a variety of community and faith-based groups and other community perspectives who are underrepresented and have lived experience of systemic inequities. Committee members will prioritize engaging the necessary perspectives to achieve equity and optimal well-being for all Anchorage residents. If you're interested in joining this committee, you can. And so the way that it works is that each meeting, those people in the community who are interested in becoming a member can apply and can be voted in by the membership. I think we have more than 20 members right now. The co-chairs are Thea Agnew-Ben and Reverend Leon May, who's in the audience tonight. And the last meeting we had was this last Saturday. We had about a 4-hour work session to really think about the purpose of this committee and the work ahead. The committee has decided to reach out to all other assembly committees and have members attend those and to begin to think about how all of them can link to this committee, and it's working on its priorities for the next year. So I encourage members of the community and members of the Assembly and the administration to attend. The next meeting is Thursday, February 23rd. Looking forward to some really important work over the next year from this group. The second update is the Public Safety Committee meeting. We met, last week, and we had a good meeting from APD, lots of updates on new crime statistics. We got an update from a new unit that really analyzes data and is doing some really positive work to help the police zero in on crime. We got an update on the body camera policy as well as the equipment. So the policy is going into arbitration with the union. That should happen later this year, and hopefully we'll have a policy finalized as soon as possible. And the Anchorage Police Department has 3 potential vendors for body cameras, and they've met with one, and they're planning on meeting with the other 2. Hopefully we'll have that selected soon. The other piece about body cameras is important to know is that we're looking at bringing forth a first quarter budget revision request to ensure that we have the funding within the law department and anywhere else necessary, so that once the policy is finalized, there's no other roadblocks to move forward with it. The next Public Safety Committee meeting is going to be on March 1st, I believe. Is that right? March 1st, yes, and it's at 11 o'clock. So members of the communities who want to attend, please do so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Presverdia. Before we get to the addendum, we were going to address the laid on the table items. We have 3 laid on the table items that are supplemental that I will read into the record. These do not require a vote of the body. The first item under 10B, resolutions for action, will be 10B1A, Information Memorandum, unnumbered AIM, AR 2023-39, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly advocating for state legislation further regulating the hemp industry and protecting Alaskan youth. Assembly members Rivera and Cross. The second supplemental laid on the table item is under 10D, new business. 10D8A, Information Memorandum, unnumbered AIM, AM 73-2023, Amendment Number 6 to Shoreside Petroleum, Inc., non-encumbering contract, C4400001091, Furnish Petroleum Oil and Lubricants Products Purchasing Department for added contract capacity due to escalating fuel costs, $4,375,000, Assemblymember Voland. And then under 11, unfinished business and unfinished action on public hearing items, 11B7, Information Memorandum, unnumbered AIM, Girdwood Board of Supervisors, resolution recommending Assembly rejection of the land disposal of portions of Heritage Land Bank parcels 6-011, 6-016, and 6-017, known as Holton Hills, as described in AO 2022-103S2. Assembly Chair LaFrance. Now I will ask the Vice Chair for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zelatel, seconded by Mr. Volin, seeking unanimous consent on the motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the addendum
Madam
as...
Chair, I'm looking for the laid on the table items in my email and can't seem to find them.
Okay, they were sent earlier, Mr. Constant, around 5 p.m.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Seeking unanimous consent, seeing and hearing no opposition, the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items have been incorporated into the addendum. We will now move on to the consent agenda. These are items numbered 10A through 10F. They're typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So I will now go down the dais and ask each member if they would like to pull any items from the consent agenda. I will start to my left with Mr. Peterson. Any items?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 10A4 for presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. 10 Alpha 4. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10A1, also for presentation, and then 10D8.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. 10A1 and 10D8. Is that correct? And I want to also, per your request, Mr. Voland, give direction to the clerk to add you as a co-sponsor to item 10E1.
Thank you.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For me, 10A3 and 10B, as in boy, 1.
Ten Alpha 3 and 10 Bravo 1. Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Cross?
Yes, 10D12 and 10F5.
D Delta 12 and 10 Foxtrot 5. Thank you, sir. Mr. Constant, any items?
Yes, 10 Delta 2 and 10 F1 and 10 F2.
Delta 2, 10 Foxtrot 1, and 10 Foxtrot 2. Is that correct, Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10 Bravo 2, 10 Delta 10, 10 Delta 11, and I believe that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zelatel, 10 Bravo 2, 10 Delta 10 and 11. Mr. Sweet?
None, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sweet. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My item has been pulled.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Dern?
Thank you, Madam Chair. None to pull.
Thank you, Ms. Dern. Mr. Presverdia?
Has 10A4 been pulled yet? Yes? Okay. Then all my other items have been pulled. Thank you.
Ms. Dern, would you go ahead and poll 10A2, please?
Certainly. I'm going to pull 10A2.
For reading. Thank you. Under 10A alpha, 1, Mr. Volan, 2, Ms. Dern, 3, Ms. Quinn-Davidson, 4, Mr. Peterson. Under 10B Bravo, 1, Ms. Quinn-Davidson, 2, Ms. Zalatel. Under 10D Delta, 2, Mr. Constant, 8, Mr. Voland, 10 and 11, Ms. Zalatel, and 12, Mr. Cross. Under 10F Foxtrot, 1 and 2, Mr. Constant, 5, Mr. Cross. I need to verify on one other item to see if it needs to be pulled for an A version. That's all for pulled items. However, I would like to direct the clerk to associate 10F7 with item 11B. Madam Vice Chair, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Constant. Seeking unanimous consent on the motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the motion is approved. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. So we will now go through and take up the items that were pulled from the consent agenda.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr.
can I
Constant.
make a motion? Yeah, can I make a motion to change the order of the day to take up 10A2 first? The members of the choir need to leave.
Is there a second on Mr. Constant's motion? Second. Mr. Constant has moved to take up item 10A2 first. It's been seconded by Ms. Zalatel, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, we will go ahead and take up item 10A2. I just want to note that an item for introduction, 10G4, which is AR 2023-43, pertains to emergency cold weather sheltering costs. And that was an item that was just approved on the consent agenda, which means that it will be, the public hearing will be held at the meeting of February 21, 2023. So if you were here for that, again, that is an item for introduction, and there is no public hearing on that item tonight. We now have before us item 10A2, resolution number AR 2023-36, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating February 2023 as Black History Month. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Volan, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this resolution is approved. Would the folks in the community who are here to receive, please come forward.
Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the great privilege of having the first resolution that I get to read for this body to be this resolution here tonight. And I thank you all for coming to receive this. I'm reading Anchorage, Alaska, AR number 2023-36, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating February 2023 as Black History Month. Whereas in 1926, Dr. Carter G. Woodson chose to establish the second week of February as Negro History Month week because it marks the birthdays of Frederick Douglass, W.E.B. Du Bois, and Abraham Lincoln, and the founding of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, on February 12, 1909. And whereas since 1976, every American president has designated February as Black History Month and endorsed a specific theme. The 2023 Black History Month theme, Black Resistance, explores how African Americans have resisted historic and ongoing oppression and discrimination in all forms, especially the racial terrorism of lynching and inequities in housing, education, healthcare, employment opportunities, and the legal system since our nation's earliest days, and how African Americans have advocated for a dignified, self-determined life in a just, democratic society. And whereas the lives and destinies of African Americans have been intertwined with Alaska's destiny since the era of Pacific whaling and in the mid-19th century. Through the Alaska Gold Rush, World War II, the oil boom, and the Civil Rights Movement, although their stories and contributions have often been written out of history, an omission addressed in the recently published Black Lives in Alaska by Ian C. Hartman and David Reamer, and whereas it is essential that we acknowledge and are aware that although their numbers are small, African Americans have had and continue to have an outsized impact on the culture, economy, civic life, and history of Anchorage and Alaska. And whereas during Black History Month, the NAACP Anchorage, the Alaska Black Caucus, and Jack and Jill of America Anchorage chapter will be hosting community events, including the Betty Davis African American Summit at the Betty Davis East High School on Saturday, February 18th, and the 4th Annual Living Wax Museum at the Lusac Library on Saturday, February 11th. These organizations represent the past, present, and future of the ongoing struggle for civil rights in our community, state, and nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Anchorage Assembly that February 2023 shall be recognized and celebrated in the municipality of Anchorage as Black History Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 7th day of February 2023. Congratulations.
On behalf of the administration and to Madam Chair and the Assembly members and all of these who are assembled here in recognition of Black History Month, first off, we'd like to say thank you for the resolution and the acknowledgement of Black history, not only in the United States, but also in the state of Alaska. Black history is entwined and intertwined in American history. And I would open by saying that every race and every ethnicity deserves acknowledgement and applaud, and but specifically so for Black history as it relates to the nation and even Alaska, in that our history is so intertwined with American history. American history could not really be studied apart from Black history as it relates to all of the way back coming out of the times of slavery and into Depression, Reconstruction, Jim Crowism, and the Civil Rights Movement. Black history is so intertwined from the beginning even of this particular nation and country. It was blacks on the back of blacks, I would say, that plantations and mansions, and even specifically the White House was erected, and all of those contributions by black labor. But other than labor, though, there have been many blacks who have aspired and attained higher levels of order in our nation as it relates to scientists, lawyers, doctors, nurses, and all of those higher positions, engineers and what have you. It was a group of black engineers that even erected the Alcan Highway here in our state. But blacks throughout the nation have been known for even small inventions such as the peanut. We get peanut butter and so many other inventions from that peanut. Blacks have put in motion in our country the penicillin that has saved so many lives, something that we use every day across the country, throughout this nation, that's so vital to our lifestyle. Even the red light was invented by a black individual, whether you know it or not. And so blacks have been intertwined throughout the length and breadth of our country, the scope of our country, and we are grateful for the United States celebrating the whole month. It's significant because of the intertwining of blacks and the country as a whole. We're in the middle, even right now, of Super Bowl week, and everybody's going to watch the game throughout the nation. But there's a bit of American history, even in the Super Bowl. The first time that two African Americans, two black quarterbacks, are going to be on opposing teams in the Super Bowl. That's American history, but it's also black history. And it goes back to my opening statement that American history cannot be celebrated apart from black history. So yet again, we want to applaud the Assembly and this administration for recognizing, as the country does, a month of black history this month of February in the state of Alaska. God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor May, Madam Chair, to all of you Assembly persons. I am Andre Parker, Senior Pastor at Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church here in Anchorage, serve on a number of other organizations here and number of roles. But I'm not going to be here long because I did bring my choir with me on tonight, and I want them to just share a brief moment of song with all of you present here. Just in case you don't get a feel or an opportunity to share in this moment anywhere else, at least you'll have it on tonight. I do want to announce that we are having an event at our church. Our young people are going to be presenting some Black History focuses on the 26th of this month. It's a Sunday afternoon, 3 p.m. So more than welcome to invite all of you, whoever will, come and just share in the history of our country and our nation as it relates to blacks in America. They will be sharing skits, dress, and so many other things. And so I'm going to leave this with the clerk, and they will pass this out for you on the way out. But I'm going to get out of the way, and I'm going to let them do the rest of the talking tonight because you want to hear them tonight. Y'all ready?
If you could go ahead and press the button for the microphone. The green button, there you go.
All right, it's on. While they're preparing, let me say forgive me for neglecting to state who I am. I'm Pastor Leon D. May, Pastor Ribbon, the Desert Community Church, President, Interdenominational Ministerial Alliance for Anchorage and Vicinity, also the MLK Foundation of Alaska. And I am not singing. That's okay.
Where's the witch name, man? Oh.
King Jesus, listening when you pray. King Jesus, listening when you pray. Waiting to hear you, comfort and cheer you. King Jesus, listening when you pray. King Jesus, listening when you pray. King Jesus, listening when you pray. Waiting to hear you, comfort and cheer you. King Jesus, listening when you pray. If I hold my peace, my Jesus will be coming for me one day. King Jesus, listening when you pray. He's got power in his hands and he's taking me away. King Jesus, listening when you pray. We go altos. If I hold my peace, my Jesus will be coming for me one day. King Jesus, listening when you pray. He's got power in his hand and he's taking me away. King Jesus, listening when you pray. Oh, King Jesus, listening. Oh, listening when you pray. He's got power in his hands and he's taking me away. King Jesus, listening when you pray. Oh, King Jesus, listening. Oh, listening when you pray. He's got power in his hands and he's taking me away. King Jesus, listening. King Jesus, listening. King Jesus, listening. King Jesus, listening. Take it up. King Jesus, listening. King Jesus, listening. King Jesus, listening. King Jesus, listening. Go, take it up. King Jesus, listening. King Jesus, listening. Here we go. King Jesus, listening. 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 My Jesus, listening. My Jesus, listening. Your Jesus, listening. Your Jesus, listening. King Jesus, listening when you pray.
Terrific. I'm Cal Wood, a performing historian. Black History Month is a great time for us all to know Black history, which in the case of Anchorage, is Anchorage's history. In Dr. Hardman's book, and I invite all of you to read it, you will learn about John Parks, who advocated for and was successful in getting public transportation for the city of Anchorage. And this assembly voted unanimously to name the transit center after John S. Parks. That's Black history, that's Anchorage history. The Fur Rendezvous was started by Thomas Beavers, our first fire chief, who upon his death, it was just discovered then that he was an African American. Prior to that, everybody thought John Beavers was white. Black history is Anchorage history. Black history is Alaskan history. We had African Americans who were whalers in and off Alaska in the 1800s. So, Black history is Alaskan history and it's Anchorage history. And I invite everyone to know not only Black history, but your family history. You've got photographs right on the back of them, what that is, and share that with your children, because when people know their history, they are empowered, enriched, encouraged, enlightened, and capable of being their full self, giving to all. Such things as the Fur Rendezvous. Thank you.
Thank you, and pardon our tardiness. It is a school night. I'll let Durante go first.
Hello, my name is Durante Ware. I'm a Jack and Jill kid, and I love it. We have fun and help each other.
And so Jack and Jill, have him come down? Oh, there we go. We are also vertically challenged together. That's okay. So Jack and Jill is an African-American organization of mothers that have African-American children. We're not all African-American. And what we strive to do is to work to accomplish our mission through diverse programs, focus on leadership development, cultural exposure, community service, legislative advocacy, and philanthropic giving. And so we have age ranges of 2 through 19, and this is our 4th year of doing our live wax museum here at the library, in which all of our youth, or some of our youth, participate by impersonating historic Black figures. And so it's a cool way to learn. It is geared towards the children. So if you come as an adult, get ready to have fun. It is a really interactive thing. And Durante, this year you're going to, are you going to speak this year?
No.
You're not speaking? No? Okay. Well, you will see on Saturday that Durante is speaking, in case you did not know. So thank you all, and we hope to see you, and thank you for this resolution. It really means a lot to our kids, and they would all be here, but they are home. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly and the Administration. My name is Jim Renkert. I was going to speak during the park bond, but I'd like to take this opportunity because I've got some good news for you. As part of the celebration surrounding Black History Month, the Alaska Speed Skating Club and the Alaska Black Caucus and a bunch of other groups are bringing Olympic champion and speed skating pioneer Shawnee Davis to Anchorage next week. Shawnee is the first African American to win an individual gold medal in the Winter Olympic Games. So he's going to be getting here next Thursday. On Friday, he's going to go to the Anchorage School District Winter Sports Jamboree at Midtown Park. And then he's going to go to Mountain View Elementary in the afternoon to skate with the kids. And then in the evening, we'll be hosting a free public skate with Shawnee event at the Oval. And I think you all got some information on that. I just gave Celeste some on it. So that's on Friday, and then on Saturday, he's going to attend the Alaska Speed Skating Club short track practice in the morning. And I want you to read the ADN. They just posted a story about the Arctic Winter Games team. The Team Alaska speed skating team took the gold Ulu in the relay with a 3-member team, which usually all the other teams had 4 members. So he's going to do that in the morning, and then midday he's going to go to the Betty Davis Health and Equity Summit at East High and be one of the speakers there along with Ann Zink. And in the afternoon, after that, he's going to go to Westchester Lagoon and skate with the Jack and Jill kids. So we're really excited about all this. It's going to be a lot of fun. And then that evening, he'll be, the Special Olympics Alaska is going to host a Shawnee meet and greet at their Mountain View gym. So part of the idea to bringing Shawnee here is to raise awareness of our efforts to build the Midtown Park Chalet, but even more importantly, to inspire and broaden the demographic of kids skating in Anchorage. We believe that every kid who grows up in Anchorage should learn how to ice skate and ski, and that's because we live in Alaska. We have to deal with winter. So we've been working on the chalet. Over 100 people have made cash gifts to the grassroots campaign.
And this part actually we'll probably need to wait for the park bonds.
We can wait on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all of you for being here today to celebrate Black History Month. And I just want to note, again, there's a series of events hosted by the Alaska Black Caucus this month, community conversations, celebratory events, a business networking forum as well. And if you go to alaskablackcaucus.com, you can get the full schedule of events. And I'll just note that I was happy to attend the Alaska Black Chamber Business Expo this weekend. Congratulations to the organizers for a successful event. Thank you, Shiloh Choir, for the wonderful, wonderful performance tonight. And again, happy Black History Month. We now have before us item 10A1, resolution number AR 2023-35, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting Active People, Healthy Nation initiative. What is the will of the body? Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zelatel, seconded by Mr. Volan, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the resolution is approved. Is there someone here to receive? We did have someone who was scheduled to be here to receive the resolution, but we are running a little bit late, so we'll just go ahead and set that one aside. We now have before us item 10A3, resolution number AR 2023-37, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing February 2023 as Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. What is the will of the body? Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zelatel, seconded by Mr. Volan, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved. I know we have folks here to receive. Thank you so much for your ongoing advocacy. Who is reading?
I'm reading, Madam Chair.
And presenting, Mr. Presverdia.
Has it really been a year since you've been here last? Wow. Wow, time flies. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing February 2023 as Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. Whereas teen dating violence is a serious issue that can affect a young person's safety, development, and sense of comfort, and can take many forms, including physical, sexual, emotional, or spiritual. And whereas, according to national studies, 1 in 3 high school students experience some form of dating violence, and only 33% of teens experiencing dating violence told anyone about the abuse. In the 2019 Alaska Youth Behavior Risk Study, 10% of Alaskan high school students experienced physical dating violence. And whereas 8.4% of Anchorage students surveyed had been physically hurt by someone they dated within the last year, and 7.6% were physically forced to perform sexual acts by someone they dated. And whereas Brianna Bree Moore was tragically murdered by her boyfriend in Alaska in 2014 as a result of dating violence, after which her parents worked with the Alaska legislature to pass the Alaska Safe Children's Act in 2015. And in 2018, they passed the Bree Moore Teen Dating Violence Awareness and preventative program known as Bree's Law. And whereas teens and all persons deserve happy, healthy relationships where conflict is managed without threats and where there is honesty, trust, mutual respect, open communication, and a mutual balance of power dynamic. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that February 2023 is designated as Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month in the municipality of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the 7th day of February 2023.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Butch Moore. I'm Bree's dad.
I'm Cindy Moore. I'm Bree's mom.
So all of this that's happened has happened because of everyone around us, and now all of you. 100% support from the Anchorage Assembly. Thank you to the administration and staff and the Anchorage Assembly for all your support. In 2015, when we first went to the Alaska legislature to pass the first Bree's Law, Alaska was #1 in the nation in men killing women. Alaska was #1 in teen dating violence based on the Alaska Youth Risk Behavioral Survey. The next survey came out in 2017 after we passed Bree's Law, and the dating violence had gone in half. We contacted Don Young, Lisa Murkowski, and Dan Sullivan, and they put a bill forward to name Bree's Law nationally. In 2018, after the Safe Children's Act Task Force determined that there was not sufficient education anywhere in the country for dating violence for teens, and none of it addressed lethality and murder, we put the next bill forward, Bree's Law, to fund and develop education here in Alaska, which has now happened. That's now been made available across the state of Alaska. It's just been started. And the first bill that failed in the U.S. Senate was put forward again in 2021 by Dan, Lisa, and Don. And in March 2022, Bree's Law became national law, and teen dating violence across America will be designed, developed, and delivered as Bree's Law. There was some earmarked funding which came through in December. So now we're working with the National Department of Education to develop Bree's Law curricula. Bree was born here in Anchorage, and most of you know we've been working with the Parks Department here to have a communications device, Bree's Law Reflection Plaza, and not just for Bree, but for anyone who needs help. And that would be anything from drug and alcohol abuse to homelessness to opioid crisis, a place where everyone can go here in Anchorage. And that's what Bree was all about. It was about everybody, and she would be very happy to share February as Black History Month with Teen Dating Violence Prevention Month. So the park is, well, nationally it took 7 years. We've been working on the park now for a while, but we've been kind of busy on the national education side, so we're going to probably start picking up the park again, and we appreciate your support. And you guys are all a big part of it. It's not just Bree and Cindy and I, it's everybody else making a difference in our community.
Yes, and I wanted to thank each and every one of you on the Assembly for your continued support in inviting us here year after year to receive this resolution. That means so much. And I think about all the teens in our city and in our state who feel like they don't have a voice and they don't have anyone to talk to or reach out to when they're being abused in a dating relationship. And unfortunately, a lot of people say, well, that's the parents' job to educate their teens about dating violence. But the problem is, as a very small majority of teens ever tell their parents they're in an abusive relationship, and the parents don't know. They hide it from them. So that's why this education is so important. So again, thank you so much.
Could we get a picture with you guys?
Yep, let's all gather behind Suzanne, and we'll take a quick picture. Madam Chair, can I make just a quick statement as we're transitioning back? I just wanted to just, on behalf of you know, all of us in the Assembly, but also just on behalf of myself as a father of 2 teenage girls, I want to thank you for your work. It's so important, and it's making such a difference in our state and our nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Presverdia. Thank you both for being here tonight and for your tireless advocacy. And I'll have you know that in my household, my teenagers know all about Breeze Law, and they know why it's important. So thank you so much for taking such a tremendously painful, hard as a parent, thing and turning it into something so helpful and for all of us. Thank you so much. We now have before us item 10A4, resolution number AR 2023-38, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating February 16, 2023 as Elizabeth Peratrovich Day. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Peterson and seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating February 16, 2023 as Elizabeth Peratrovich Day. Whereas Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand President Elizabeth Wanamaker Peratrovich was born in Petersburg, Alaska on July 4, 1911, as a member of the Lukaks-Adi clan in the Raven Moiety and the Tlingit Nation with the Tlingit name Kakakskal-At, person who packs themselves. And whereas after being orphaned, Elizabeth was adopted by Andrew and Jean Wanamaker, graduated from Ketchikan High School, attended Sheldon Jackson College and Western College of Education, and married Roy Peratrovich on December 15, 1931. And whereas seeking greater opportunities, the Peratrovich family moved to Juneau, where Elizabeth and Roy encountered discrimination against Alaska Natives in their attempts to secure housing and gain access to public facilities, spurring them to become leaders in the battle for Native rights in Alaska. And whereas leveraging their positions as leaders with the Alaska Native Sisterhood and Alaska Native Brotherhood, Elizabeth and Roy worked to bring attention to the issue of discrimination, lobbying the territorial legislature and Governor Gruning for passage of anti-discrimination legislation. And whereas Elizabeth's compelling, passionate testimony before the Alaska Territorial Senate was instrumental in the passage of the Anti-Discrimination Act of 1945, which provided for equal access to public accommodations in the territory of Alaska, and which Governor Gruening signed into law on February 16, 1945, foreshadowing and helping to inspire the national civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s. And whereas in 1988, the Alaska legislature designated February 16th as Elizabeth Peradovich Day, and in 2020, the United States Mint issued a $1 coin bearing the image of Elizabeth Peradovich in honor of her legacy of civil rights activism, making her the first Alaska Native to be honored on the United States currency. And whereas the Alaska Native Sisterhood and Alaska Native Brotherhood continue to carry on the legacy of Elizabeth and Roy Peradovich and other Alaska Native civil rights pioneers by advocating for social justice, equity, and inclusion. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that February 16, 2023 is Elizabeth Peradovich Day in the municipality of Anchorage and encourages the community to celebrate the life and legacy of civil rights and social justice champion Elizabeth Wanamaker Peradovich, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 7th day of February 2023.
As you can see, February is a busy month for me. I was able to stand with my people earlier, and I'm still standing. So this for Alaska Native Sisterhood and Alaska Native Brotherhood, it started in 1912. That's when our fight began. It was passed in 1945, and we are happy to be celebrating it today. I am multicultural indigenous first person, and so it's really easy for me to explain the importance of diversity and also break down the barriers because my people have gone through the struggles for civil rights and so forth, and to be heard. I'm Tlingit, Irish, and African. And so Black History Month is a little different for me from an indigenous eyes. I apologize, I'm a little nervous. As you can see, I'm the only one here. Everybody else is not here at the moment. So we have some activities that will be held on the 16th. Thursday, February 16th, 4:30 to 5:30 p.m., Social Science Building, first floor, 3190 Aluminum Drive. And then there's another one Thursday, February 16th at 6 to 7:30, Writer's Block Cafe, 3956 Spenard Road. And I guess I just wanted to make this short. I am just excited about this. I know you're expecting something, but I think you've done more for us. I mean, you gave us the words that we can use, so you've done more. And we appreciate coming here every year to be acknowledged. And thank you so much for taking the time to acknowledge Black History Month, African History Month. Thank you. Ganesh.
Thank you. And if I could just have you come back and state your name officially for the record. Sorry about that.
My name is Juliana Smith.
Thank you so much. We will now move on to item 10B1. Resolution number AR 2023-39, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly advocating for state legislation further regulating the hemp industry and protecting Alaskan youth. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Quinn-Davidson had pulled this item. Mr. Rivera, you moved it. Did you want to speak first? Go ahead, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to Mr. Rivera and Mr. Cross for bringing this forward. I was just wondering if we could take a couple minutes just to talk about this. I don't want to take too long, but it's not something I was familiar with before, so when reviewing the packet, it felt like it would warrant a little bit of discussion. I didn't know if you were planning to do a work session or cover it in CEDC, so maybe just sort of cover where this came from, what your plans are, any information you think would be useful.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that question, Ms. Quinn Davidson. So there is an AIM that was laid on the table, and unfortunately I didn't think about this until earlier today. But this AIM covers 3 documents that I think, one of them from the Alaska Marijuana Industry Association, one letter from the Alaska Marijuana Control Board, and then one letter from the Task Force on Recreational Marijuana. And basically all 3 of these letters say the same thing, that there are some glaring loopholes within the state regulations around the hemp industry, and we need to take action. And this was actually first brought to us in January by Jana Weltzine at the Community Economic Development Committee. And primarily she was just raising the alarm to us that this is something that the state needs to take action on, and I brought up the idea of possibly doing a resolution, as is tradition for this body, to encourage the state to do so. And so that's basically what we have before us today, and I think this resolution does a pretty good job of telling the story of why this is an issue, both from the local, the state, and the federal level, and the actions that hopefully the state and the feds will take. And I know there is interest in the possibility of, and I imagine it may happen down the line, of us on the Assembly taking action as well on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, let me put it in simple terms so that even those who are listening, marijuana and hemp are seen different. Marijuana is intoxicating, is regulated by the state and the federal government, but hemp is through the Department of Agriculture. And what they've discovered is that hemp manufacturers have figured out a way to synthetically change it so it's intoxicating, and they're finding loopholes to distribute it to our kids. It's unacceptable. This resolution has us working with the state to close those loopholes, because there's a lot of money being invested into the science of getting around federal laws so they can distribute marijuana products or hemp products with the same effect as marijuana to children. And we're seeing that creep into our cities, and it's unacceptable, and parents should be aware. So I thank Mr. Rivera for working with us on this. This was brought to the Community and Economic Development Committee probably about 2 weeks ago, and we moved quickly to get this resolution out and to stomp it before it progresses any further. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm fine and supportive with the resolution, but I prefer action. And the action that I want to see is twofold. One, the attorneys haven't yet told me, no, we cannot regulate hemp products. And so I'm looking towards us regulating it. And I recall specifically that the Assembly, by action, exempted the hemp industry from taxation because I believe it's under our purview to at least tax them in the short run, which would create a regulated environment. And then in the midterm, we should be looking towards establishing our own local licensing rules around these products. And so I worked with Janet over the month of November and December, starting to understand the ramifications of this. I was unable to attend the CEDC. But again, I'm supportive of the resolution. It's a strongly worded letter to the legislature, but I also believe we should act, and we can.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson, did you have anything else?
No, that was really helpful, especially the quick version for me to track. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2023-39.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Item 10B1 is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 10B2, resolution number AR 2023-40, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly requesting the administration direct Heritage Land Bank to include specific objectives in the HLB 5-year management plan and the HLB annual work program and take certain actions towards increasing attainable residential housing in Girdwood. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Constant. There are 2 amendments for this item. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I would move LaFrance Amendment Number 1.
Second.
LaFrance Amendment Number 1 has been moved by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson.
So this amendment makes sure that the direction is to look at facilitating disposal to Girdwood. I went through a qualified Girdwood nonprofit, either alone or in partnership with another entity. We wanted to be as expansive as possible in the options, but keep Girdwood at the center of the conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on LaFrance Amendment Number 1.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Mr. Peterson, we are voting on Amendment 1. Amendment 1 is approved 12-0. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. I move Zalatel Amendment Number 2.
Second. Zalatel Amendment Number 2, moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This adds a sentence to direct HLB in conjunction with other municipal departments to explore financial mechanisms such as tax improvement districts and tax abatement to support development of obtainable housing. I think what we've learned in our conversation with Girdwood and being pointed to a number of other resort communities is they all have some other fiscal mechanism, whether it's a resort tax, whether it's a public housing authority, or some way to defray the cost of housing. And so I think simply identifying land is one thing, but if we don't do the other part of this, which is to say what mechanisms may exist to support bringing down the cost of housing or to subsidize it, quite frankly, I don't know that it will ever become attainable. And here, attainable, affordable, pick your word, I think that continues to be a part of the debate. And hopefully in those municipal departments, I've put 2 ideas around taxes, but I hope, the health department can jump in and talk about HUD funding and those opportunities. I hope that there can be further conversations about how to leverage possible housing development with commercial development and have conversations with those departments. So we really do intend for this resolution to be a comprehensive look at what the options may be and hopefully get a menu of options to consider moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Zalatel Amendment Number 2.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 12-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Is that Mr. Solt?
Mr. Constant.
Mr. Constant, go ahead.
So I'm not going to support this item, which I'm sure it'll pass, and that's fine. But I have come to the conclusion that Girdwood is in fact not serious about solving housing issues out there. My approach and my experience now over the last many months is that the community is a protectorate, and they want to make room for those that they want to make room for, but they want to maintain value. And so I wouldn't support HUD funding going to Girdwood to support community development when I look at the nature and the demographics of the community in relationship to, say, Mountain View or other parts of this town that have people of extreme poverty trying to lift themselves up, as opposed to a wealthy community that is kind of broadly supported by an industry that caters to a very limited bandwidth in our community.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And while I take issue with Mr. Constant's characterizations and comments, I'm just going to let them go for now, because I want to emphasize that it is a priority of this assembly to increase the stock of housing throughout the municipality at all price points. And if there is one thing that the conversation surrounding the Holton Hills development has shown, is that we need to have not just more conversation, but action. And out of those discussions with the community, some very specific actions surrounding Heritage Land Bank and potentially conveying land to Girdwood, given that so much of the developable uncommitted land in Girdwood is held by Heritage Land Bank. This is a key part of addressing some of those housing issues that are really hitting Girdwood really hard, given that it's a resort community and there's so much external demand. So this resolution includes several actions that have come out of those conversations, and I think that while there is much more to be done, this is a good start, and I hope my colleagues will support this resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance.
Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. So I think what's important about this resolution is it's fairly simplistic. It really just requires HLB to go and identify resources and consult with other municipal departments. I'm hopeful that that can be accomplished. We've set a deadline of April 20th, 2023. This information, frankly, in terms of the potential disposable parcels, is probably available on GIS. I'll speak more to it later, but whether or not any additional action is taken once the parcels and opportunities are identified is really going to depend on the stability of the municipality and HLB, the Heritage Land Bank in particular. So when we take up another item later, I will speak much more specifically to that. But I think getting a menu of options before the body is helpful, and then we can determine if there appears to be the stability and momentum to move anything any further forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. I look forward to conversations about land taxes and other vehicles, because there are so many unbuilt lots that are just being held for value in Girdwood. It's just such an interesting process. But where you, a member previously spoke about we need action towards housing, I look forward to seeing that tonight. Otherwise, this is just a strongly worded letter in which we ask for subsidy dollars to go to Girdwood.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2023-40 as amended.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
No.
Item 10B2 is approved 11-1. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take the regularly scheduled break now, because there are a couple issues that we need to confirm regarding some of the pulled items. So we'll go ahead and take that break now. Thanks. Bias and on the phone. I want to note that the next item that was pulled from the consent agenda is item 10D2. That's AM 65-2023. We will not be moving that item because it was actually already approved at a special meeting last week by the Assembly. We now have before us item 10.
Madam Chair. Sorry, I'm in the queue.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a point of information, if I may, for the administration.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. So on the item which we approved at the special meeting, there was an issue that was raised to us after the fact regarding the AMEA collective bargaining agreement. And as I understand it, I'm looking at an amendment that was done based off of the concern and feedback that we got. So my question to the administration is, at the time that we voted on this last Thursday, was the administration aware of this issue?
Through the chair, I was looking for Finance Manager Grant Utrinka. I'm not sure if he's in the room. Oh, there he is right there. Thank you very much.
He's at the podium.
Looking the wrong direction, so.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Rivera. As I think I spoke to on Thursday, we have sat down with as well as the whole group in the Controllers Division, gone through the work papers, assigned the work out. Roughly half of it still is not assigned out before any AMEA work that would be engaged on by a contractor would be discussed with the members, and if they can do the work, want to do the work, we will have them do the work on overtime as it allows. They'll all be on overtime anyway, and they have not represented that they want more than what we're already mandating.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. So I have two more members in the queue. We actually don't have a motion on the floor. I will go to Mr. Constant. Do you also have a point of information, a procedural question? Mr. Constant?
It's not actually procedural, and I had planned to have this conversation when we get to 10F1. And so I will reserve my comments, but I just want folks to know I also have comments on this item and what's not before us now.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. With that, we will move on to the next item, 10D8. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 73-2023, Amendment Number 6 to Shoreside Petroleum, Inc., Non-Encumbering Contract C-4400001091, Furnished Petroleum Oil and Lubricants Products. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone until the meeting of February 21st.
Second.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Volan to postpone to the meeting of February 21. It's been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Go ahead, Mr. Volan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I included a supplemental item that we laid on the table. This item, 10D8, is an attempt to address escalating fuel cost, which I can understand. It's an increase of $4,375,000. But recently it's been widely reported that a contractor, McKenna Brothers Trucking, who donated $75,000 to Mayor Dave Bronson's campaign, was for some reason, perhaps in error, allowed to fill up at municipally owned fuel stations. And in some of the public reporting in the item that I added here, There is a quote from Corey Allen Young. The MOA has become aware of a situation where a contractor received fuel on several occasions from municipal fuel tanks. This was not an appropriate use of municipal resources and should not have occurred. The contractor has been billed for the fuel it received. Today, the MOA received full payment for the fuel. Moving forward, the policy in place for the allocation of fuel will be strictly enforced. And then, apologies, as I'm being a bad eye doctor because this is a very small print invoice here from the MOA. But I have a lot of questions. First of all, the price per gallon just seems very low to me, especially when this item that we're taking up is to address escalating fuel cost. $3.22. I would love to pay that at the pump right now. And so I don't know if we're just getting a special deal or what. And then there's also some interesting amounts of gallons. There's a 0.01 cent, $8.37 gallons, 13.15 gallons. On these trucks that have a capacity of 200 gallons plus, it just seems like it's weird to have these really small top-offs. Or I think what I would like is an opportunity, given that there has been an acknowledgement of potential error or wrongdoing or whatever you want to call it at this point by the administration, I'd like an opportunity for the Assembly to be briefed on this. To know why a contractor 97 times was able to use our fuel pumps before we move forward on a very large appropriation on the same matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. I support the motion to postpone for a couple of reasons. One, we're here again. We were asked to increase fuel costs previously, and we were really specific on the type of information we would need to make that decision, and it's not here. What is the current burn rate? What's the costing? What does this get us? What does it in service to what exactly? MOA departments, I understand a number of departments are using fuel, but do we have increased demand in addition to escalating costs? We were really, really specific last time on the information we would need to do a fuel increase, and it's not here. And ultimately, we were able to get by with much, much less funding. Additionally, with regard to what Mr. Voland raises, does the municipality pay fuel taxes? And if so, were those charged to HICL? If not, were they charged what they would have paid if they were at a commercial pump? I think there's still a lot of information and controversy around fuel and the municipality's administration of this resource. And so I would welcome a work session. I would also welcome an AIM that really lays out something more than just a historical recitation of this contract to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. I have Mr. Constant next in the queue, and then we will go to Mr. Colhase. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And I also concur with both the previous speakers. I have a records request in for all of the fuel logs from December 1 to January 30. And I was told yesterday that they're going to generate and export from a database, and I didn't want that. I want signature pages on how much was received by whom, where, and when. And that's the level of information that I'm seeking to understand the nature of the allegations related to the fueling situation with McKenna Brothers and this administration. And so I am not confident that the information is forthcoming. I am not confident when they provide it that the information will be accurate. It will take some review. And so I, for those reasons, argue that we need to postpone this item.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Colhase?
Madam Chair, thank you. If I may, I'd like to have Paul Van Lanningham, Street Maintenance Manager. He is here to address the issue regarding the fueling of McKenna's trucks. Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Volan, all of the assembly members, a mistake was made by a newer employee and a newer supervisor on these night shifts. With that said, though, these mistakes fall on my shoulders that happened under my watch. To Mr. Constant, there will be a full accounting of this. I've done it myself. We went through every gallon that was pumped into these trucks. The small amounts that you're seeing are because Shoreside, on McKenna's own contract, was supposed to be there every other afternoon fueling up these trucks. Unbeknownst to Matt McKenna or Mark McKenna or myself or any of my staff, they were only getting half to 3/4 of these trucks because of access issues where they were parked. So in the heat of the battle, a lot of pressure under these night supervisors, especially being a newer supervisor, made a decision to keep trucks running. That's where you're seeing 10 gallons here, 15 gallons here. The decision made were also by the contractors. They were fairly new operators for McKenna also. So no intent to pad anything, to sneak anything on. The minute I found out about this, within 3 hours, the employees that were there pumping, our swing shift employees, we narrowed it down to one person. You'll see these on the reports by the codes that are punched in, and we dissected all of these gallons. Everything is accounted for. It was a mistake made. It falls on my shoulders. Doesn't fall on the administration. Mr. Colhase, Mr. Wilbur, happened on my watch. So now I'm hoping we move forward. I'm looking forward to supplying any of the information that you need. Mistake was made. It's time to move forward.
Next is Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking. And I guess accepting responsibility, but I really don't think it's your fault. I think it's what happens when we have a lack of oversight from the administration. And this item is not being postponed because a mistake may have been made with regard to fueling. It's an accounting of that mistake and giving us excuse me, full information about why we need an additional fuel amount. Because again, we were here, I think at the end of last year, saying we need more money for fuel. It was a different set of circumstances. And when we drilled down and got that additional information, we found that we got by with, I believe, about 1/4 of what was requested. So I appreciate you being here, but I think we've given clear direction in the past about how to get us the right kind of information. A $4.375 million increase isn't negligible. It's a considerable amount. And I think also this is an item prepared by the purchasing department, yet you're one department within the MOA that's here. So I think there's still much more to the story that needs to be fleshed out. So while I appreciate you speaking to it, I think we should get a work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Yeah, again, Paul, Mr. Van Lanningham, I recognize and see you standing up and taking responsibility. There is something else afoot, though, where good people are being put into positions where whether they're knowing or not, doing things on behalf of the administration that are questionable. And the best example I have relates to fuel, where I have an entire email string with Mr. Colhase asking for the amendments for the contracts to allow the Subursa and the Lursa contractors to provide snow hauling in the Ardsa area. And I was told clearly in writing that there is no amendment and wasn't necessary. Then I came to find this week an amendment that specifically authorizes them to provide snow hauling outside of Ardsa and in Ardsa outside of Subursa and the Lursa. And so, and that's signed by Mr. Colhase. And so I can't understand, I can't make heads or tails out of what's actually happening here in the context of fueling, snow hauling, and all of these things, this emergency that was never declared, but clearly is. And so I have a lot of questions, and this huge appropriation that it would allow millions of dollars of funds to possibly go to truckers and contracts that now say you can have fuel. It's just too much for me to vote to approve tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Van Landingham. I don't see any other members. Actually, Ms. Quinn Davidson, do you have a question for Mr. Van Landingham?
Yeah, just a comment.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for being here tonight. And I just want to say thank you to Paul and to Ken. And I feel like all of this is so hard because the toxicity of the administration has created this environment where we're having these conversations instead of being really thankful to our career employees who have worked their butts off for years for the Muni. So I just want to say that piece too, and that we're thankful for you, and I'm sorry you're wrapped up in the middle of this.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. I will go back to Mr. Volan and then Mr. Colhase. Go ahead, Mr. Volan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just also wanted to express appreciation, and I just want more details. I think we're in a position now where we have to look at everything with a really fine-tooth comb. Just because something is reported, there may be elements of truth, there may be elements of error, there may be a mix of all of the above. And I think, even recent emergency actions that the Assembly has taken, we're looking at everything with a magnifying glass. So it's not at all meant to be an attack on you or your department. It's just before such a large appropriation, I feel like I need more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Mr. Colhase?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comments by Davidson and Member Voland. I really do, and I know Paul does. I would just say that I've known Paul for 10 and a half years. I've found him to have absolute integrity, and I think most of you know that. So I'm just going to say that I find it offensive that comments are made that, when they're viewed in the whole, appear to indicate that either Paul knew about this or that his staff knew about it and that it was done intentionally. That is absolutely not the case. Paul stood up and told you what had happened. Paul told me what happened. I met with a couple of Assembly members last week and explained exactly what had happened. So those are my comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colhase. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Yeah, so I appreciate the comments. I appreciate you standing up for municipal employee. However, the comments were for more information. This is an item prepared by the administration, specifically the purchasing department. That's where the information needs to come from, very clearly. And I'm really taken aback by what was said, because I didn't catch any ideas that anyone was casting disparagement or blame, but we want to know what happened. It is a constant struggle to know what is happening in this administration in order to make informed decisions. Constant. And it's not for lack of trying or asking. It's not for trying to provide direct guidance on the types of information that help us make decisions so that we can move these items along. I have been very open about the types of information I need. I have helped for, I think, the past 8 months get the kind of information, make sure the items are correct. And yet here we are again, and it feels like you're trying to put it back on us. No. You hold the information. Provide it, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Cross?
Yes, it looks like we have a Rachel from the purchasing department here. Since we want to hear from her, I would like to request an opportunity for her to speak, since it's heated and she's seems to be the topic of the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Do you have specific questions for the purchasing director? Because we don't generally just, unless we're asking something specific, we just don't typically have someone come up and speak.
Can you help clarify the $14,000 in fuel charges that McKenna used through our fueling station, and help give some clarification to how this error occurred?
Come on up, please, to the microphone and state your name for the
Can you help clarify the
record.
request that Ms. Zalatel is asking for?
Ms. Zalatel, requesting that. This is a request from Mr. Cross.
Fantastic. I would like some clarification if you could provide it. It would greatly assist me. Thank you.
Through the chair, Assembly members, the AM that you're seeing before you is a consolidated effort between myself and the department, and the purchasing department will most definitely work with the department to provide all the information that Ms. Zolotel is requesting. The purchasing department depends on that department to provide the information that you're seeing right here.
So when you say the department, you mean the fueling station and getting you the receipts for which vehicles were fueled, or can you give a little more clarification? Because you said our department and that department. Could you be more specific to what you're referring to?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Cross, the information that's on the AM that's before you, that's the information that we receive from the department. However, when we're talking about an AIM, we are willing, this particular contract is called a level 2. And a level 2 contract is held by the purchasing department. And the reason those contracts are held by the purchasing department is because multiple departments within the municipality use the contracts. So prior to myself taking the director chair, this has been common practice. It doesn't always make sense to us, but it's difficult for any one department to take ownership of a contract where multiple departments use the contract. So this particular contract is held by the purchasing department, and since we actually don't do the work of fueling the vehicles and we're not boots on the ground in this situation, we work very closely with the departments to provide the information provided to us to the Assembly. And if we need to go a step further, we are always willing to help any department accomplish what they need to.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera. What rule do you believe has been broken?
Thank you. So before us, we have a motion to postpone to a time certain. And the discussion that we're having now, I think, is taking up a lot of our time, and we have a lengthy agenda. There was a work session requested, so I think it would be a better, more efficient use of our time if we vote on the motion to postpone, have a work session, and have this discussion then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I agree. I was going to make that point that we have a motion to postpone before us to the meeting of February 21. I do still have Mr. Soltz, Mr. Constant, Mr. Kohlhase, and Mr. Voland in the queue. I will go through the queue, but I ask members to please keep in mind the whole point of the requested work session is, I believe, to have these conversations. Go ahead, Mr. Soltz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in line with that, I'd like to ask Mr. Kohlhase if having a work session, postponing this to another date is going to cause any pinch points or pain for his sons.
Mr. Kohlhase?
Through the chair to Mr. Solt, I cannot answer that question. I don't know how critical the fuel contract situation is right now. I suspect we would be okay for 2 more weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And Mr. Kohlhase, I apologize if you feel like we were insulting your staff. We aren't. But I am saying that on January 10th, I received an email from you that stated, "I regret that I provided acting municipal attorney inaccurate information. We have not executed amendments to adjust the geographic area of Segursa contracts." That's an email you sent to me, but I saw this week a contract that was signed by you 10 days before this that did exactly that. And so I am just trying to understand what's actually happening here, because the information is not matching up from one side of the equation to the other. And so it's a simple act of trying to understand. It is not in any way pointing to your staff, the folks who are doing the work, to say that they're at fault here. It's a question of what the heck is going on.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Mr. Kohlhase.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I guess the last thing I would offer is that although these are related, they're 2 separate issues in my mind. Certainly welcome a work session. Probably should have suggested that at the outset for the the fairly large amendment to the fuel contract. We can look forward to that and provide any information you need. In my mind, the issue with the fueling of the trucks, which Paul addressed, is a separate issue. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kohlhees. Mr. Voland?
Thank you. I'm not sure I share the opinion that it's a separate issue, but, you know, I also am not trying to impugn any municipal employee's integrity. But if this has been rectified, you know, this article, I'm not necessarily taking this as gospel truth, but I'm looking at this quote from a member of the administration, a spokesperson, saying that the contractor has been billed and the municipality received full payment. So I don't know, with something that's public, I think I would just as soon learn it from the administration, get that information, rather than rely on an article. And so I just want answers and clarity before we move forward, more information. And, you know, I guess my apologies if it came across as if I was trying to impugn any employee's integrity. I would like more details on this, and then we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. I would like to move on to a vote. Seeing no other, go ahead, Mr. Kohlhees.
I'll hold my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 73-2023 to the meeting of February 21.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 10D8 to the meeting of February 21 is approved, 11-1. We now have before us item 10D10. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 75-2023, approval of emergency purchase from Alaska Global Supply to provide 160,000 gallons of 12.5% sodium hypochlorite to the Asplin wastewater treatment facility.
One reading.
Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zelatel and seconded by Mr. Cross. Go ahead, Ms. Zelatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I pulled this because this is a Title VII waiver. One of the emergency ordinances we passed dealt with Title VII procedure, and I just wanted to kind of run through that because this is the first time we're seeing it. So Title VII requires the municipal manager or the mayor through the municipal manager is how we usually receive it. Notice that Title VII procedures, in this case, open market procedure is going to be waived because there are some circumstances. We received a very comprehensive memorandum from AWU, and thank you for that. The second part, and what we added in the emergency ordinance, was that there would be this waiting period before a contract is entered into. So interestingly, because this so quickly got on an assembly agenda, we are not only getting the waiting, but we're actually getting a chance to weigh in on whether or not it should proceed after receiving notice under those Title VII provisions. I think this is ideal. I think this is a good way to give comprehensive notice about the circumstances and then get it in front of us before it's actually effectuated. Because that's what we're looking for. This isn't a small contract, as you can see, or purchase. It's over $1 million. So thank you to the administration for doing that. The topic, however, is going to be a part of the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee next week. There was a lot to unpack in that memorandum we received. I think we should go forward with the purchase, but then really dig into the substance of why we need to do this with AWU at that committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 75-2023.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Item 10D10 is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 10D11, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 78-2023, grant agreements with various nonprofits for domestic violence and sexual assault prevention, homelessness, mental health, and substance misuse services to the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to bifurcate the items for Catholic Social Services and Christian Health Associates.
Second.
A motion to bifurcate has been made by Ms. Zelatel and seconded by Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, I worked with these two partners to bring forward a unified funding proposal. These are the execution of those grants agreements under the unified funding proposal. So if this bifurcation moves forward, I would ask to be excused for the vote on those two grant agreements in addition to the next item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. And just to confirm, this is for Catholic Social Services and Christian Health Associates.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say thank you and sort of thank you, combo to Kent and Kim, because you did a bunch of work to pull off the ACEH item, which I thought would take care of this, and then Meg was a part of the collaborative group and now needs to bifurcate anyway. So you went to the trouble and then it didn't save us, but thank you for doing it.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. So we have a motion to bifurcate on the table. And actually, I'd like to just ask for unanimous consent. Is there any opposition to bifurcating item 10D11? Seeing and hearing none, this item is bifurcated to take up Catholic Social Services and Christian Health Associates separately from the rest of the grantees listed. So a motion, please.
I move to approve all of the grant agreements except for Catholic Social Services and Christian Health Associates.
Second.
A motion to approve all grant agreements except the ones for Catholic Social Services and Christian Health Associates has been made by Ms. Zelatel and seconded by Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you. So thank you to the Health Department for getting these out. It is early February, and I understand a lot of changes have been made to how these agreements are structured under the alcohol tax. I believe they look back to January. So thank you. Thank you for taking the feedback and working to do what we hope the alcohol tax would do, which is get the money on the street, particularly in these prevention programs. So I hope you all can support this item.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve all of the grant agreements except for the grants to Catholic Social Services and Christian Health Associates.
Mr. Salt
Yes.
and Mr. Constant.
Yes.
The bifurcated approval of AM 78-2023 is approved 12-0, and this is for all the grants except to CSS and CHA. And Ms. Zelatel, it has been determined that you have a conflict on the remaining two on AM 78-2023 as bifurcated, and you are excused. It is my understanding we will take up item 10D12 next, which we haven't finished 11, but Ms. Zelatel is going to leave for this next motion on 10D11 and not come back for 10D12 as she has a conflict on that one. So now as soon as she leaves, we'll be back on the bifurcated portion of AM 78-2023 that hasn't been approved. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve the bifurcated portion of AM 78-2023 to include the grants to Catholic Social Services and Christian Health Associates has been made by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve the bifurcated AM 78-2023.
Mr. Salt
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The motion to approve the bifurcated portion of 10D11 to include Catholic Social Services and Christian Health Associates is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 10D12, Assembly Memorandum Number AM79-2023, Grant Agreement with the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness for Street Outreach Services. I want to note that Ms. Zelatel has been excused for this item as a previously declared conflict has been established. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volin. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 79-2023.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Item 10D12 is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 10F1, Information Memorandum Number AIM 29-2023, contracts awarded between $50,000 and $500,000 through formal competitive processes for the month of December 2022. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Was that a motion to accept?
No. Accept. Move to accept.
A motion to accept has been made by Mr. Volin, seconded by Mr. Peterson. This item was pulled by Mr. Constant, but Mr. Peterson, or Mr. Volin, you made the motion. Did you want to speak first to it?
No, that's okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. There are a couple of issues that I have here. I would like to request from the administration that we see the contracts that were authorized for LeMay Engineering and for Changing Technologies, Inc. These are $500,000 contracts to provide temporary support and payroll services. These entities are doing the work of the CFO's office and also doing the work of the HR department on contract, $1 million. And so if you add that to the $2 million that we've authorized for additional outside support, we are aggressively walking down the road of privatizing our government services to the tune of millions of dollars, which, I don't know, 10 employees per $1 million, 8? So I have some real concerns. I would like to see those contracts, and this ties back to the conversation earlier in relationship to the outsourcing of our finance team. Now, also, Mr. LeMay and his wife have been very upset that their company's name has been associated with the work that their company is doing on behalf of the Muni, and they have requested that their company name be redacted from audit reports, and it's been determined that there's no legal method to redact the LeMay name from its association with the Bronson administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what Mr. Constant highlights is the other side to the conversation we've been having about needing to protect the municipal workforce. When we have consistent vacancies, it's not only concerning that we're not retaining and attracting new municipal workforce, but it's costly. It's very, very expensive. And I think it really goes to show that having a robust human resources department to lead recruitment efforts, to be a place that supports employees is key in this. I think right now, just on kind of the items in this agenda, we were up to about almost, okay, I'm doing math, folks, but we're over $2 million in needing contractual services. And these are some we've always used some contractual services, but the amounts are really unprecedented. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to accept AIM 29-2023.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Item 10F1 is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 10F2, Information Memorandum Number AIM 30-2023, Sole Source Procurement Report for the month of December 2022. What is the will of the body? Move to accept.
Move to accept.
Second.
Second.
A motion to accept has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant, you moved and pulled this item.
Yeah, thank you. And in fact, just in reviewing it again, I answered my question, so I just urge your acceptance of this item.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to accept AIM 30-2023.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yeah.
Item 10F2 is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 10F5, Information Memorandum Number AIM 35-2023, letter email to Acting Municipal Manager Kent Colhase to send to municipal employees regarding the January 20 emergency ordinances. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second. A motion to accept has been made by Mr. Cross and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Cross, you moved and pulled this item. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a question for Mr. Colhase regarding the purchasing restrictions. I've heard grumblings that, we've created some issues, and I see that you're, in sending information to the employees about making sure that we don't, that we're on top of it. Could you just take this opportunity to speak a little bit about how our ordinance and our new purchasing restrictions, if we've unintentionally created any complications, are we on top of it? Is there anything that we need to be doing proactively to help mitigate any lack of response to any of our agencies? Thank you.
Through the chair to Mr. Cross, thank you for the question. I think, so the two that affect our general operations are the credit card, the P card ordinance, and I think we're close to being on top of that now. There was a big scramble after the ordinance passed, but once folks identified the limits that were needed for them to keep doing the purchases they needed, that workload's tapering off as far as doing the waivers that I've been working on. With respect to the contracting side, the $10,000 limit, it certainly is causing an increased workload. I don't think you've seen many contracts yet. We did have the special assembly meeting last week. We appreciate that. I know there's one scheduled for next Tuesday. I would expect to see several items on that. So it is causing more work. I think part of the workload is that the departments under the old scenario where something over $500,000 had to come to the body, the folks who do that are generally pretty experienced in writing AMs. I recognize Ms. Zalatel's comments that we can do a better job on that, but those folks that manage big construction projects are used to that. This is now hitting departments that may have never written an AM for a contract. So there's a learning curve there, and we're having some iterations of getting documents right. So there is a workload. We appreciate the Assembly's strong willingness to hold extra meetings when we need to. The one last week I requested on 26 hours notice and it was accommodated. So we're working through it. Thank you, Mr. Cross.
And just to follow up, Madam Chair, if I may. So I just want to make sure we haven't negatively affected public safety, our Anchorage Police Department, our fire department in any negative way. Are you aware of that, or is there anything that we need to be taking precautionary? Thank you.
Through the chair to Mr. Cross, I would say the short answer is no. We did work with them to up their credit card limits pretty quickly so that they could make purchases they need, but public safety has not been compromised.
Ms. LaFrance. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. I want to make a few comments about the letter, and then I have some questions for the acting municipal manager. And I want to let folks know that one of the reasons why we put out this letter, it was because there was some inaccurate information circulating among employees about the impact of the emergency ordinances and what actually was permissible under the EOs. And so this letter, and just to go through it here very quickly, first, thanks employees for your incredible service to the municipality and our community. The knowledge, experience, passion, and dedication of our municipal employees is one of Anchorage's greatest assets, an asset well worth protecting. And then the letter stresses what we as a body have said many times in our conversations as we strive to protect municipal interests and safeguard the municipality's finances and assets, that we also want to ensure that the work in the municipality keeps going. And so it is not, the ordinances are not meant to hinder valuable municipal work, but are unfortunately necessary to ensure that code is being followed and taxpayer funds are spent properly. The emergency ordinances are effective for 60 days, which is a charter-imposed limitation, while the Assembly explores long-term solutions. And there are two sections I want to highlight because it's very important, because again, there's been some incorrect information that has been out there. And one is the Assembly is committed to an efficient and effective review process and has scheduled, as Mr. Colhay said, 2 special meetings for contract and purchase approvals. These are typically the routine items that fall on the consent agenda. And then if more special meetings are required to keep essential services going, we have committed to adding those. And then second, regarding procurement cards, the Assembly set a $5,000 monthly P-card limit, but the daily limits have not changed. And the EO provides that the municipal manager may grant employees waivers to the monthly limit as needed. And that's very important information to know. We also have asked the administration to provide feedback on any choke points or barriers, because again, our goal during this time, while we seek to safeguard taxpayer interests, is to ensure that municipal business continues. And so we are open to feedback. I do want to thank Mr. Colhay for his ongoing communication and collaboration. And I know, and this is the question part, I know we spoke about the letter earlier, and I understand you were going to send out the letter. Has the letter been sent out to municipal employees?
Yes, Madam Chair. I sent it to the directors, and I asked the directors, I thought that was more appropriate to have them forward it to their staff, so I did send it out. I think it went out over the weekend.
Okay, so it's gone to the directors, and I urge the directors to please share the information with staff, because as Mr. Colhay mentioned, there is a learning curve, and it's important that accurate information is conveyed. I was hoping it would go out directly to employees, because we can't do that on the Assembly side, but I appreciate it's been sent out to the directors. Thank you, Mr. Colhay. Next is Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question for you, and then just a little bit of background on why I'm asking the question. And the question is, you had stated that you have expressed to the administration that if you have any feedback regarding any roadblocks or any issues with regard to implementation of the emergency orders, that you're open to that. So my question is, have you heard any feedback from the administration? Part of the reason why I'm asking that is today at 4:31 p.m., Mayor Bronson sent out an email to all municipal employees with the title Addressing Municipal Challenges. And frankly, reading that email, it just felt like a piece of propaganda. It didn't really do anything other than continue to create this us versus them mentality. So have you heard anything from the administration regarding feedback?
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. The only feedback that I've heard has been through the conversations with Mr. Colhay, and that is some of the staff is having to learn how to write AMs, and that when there have been specific items that require approval, we, as Mr. Colhay said, quickly scheduled an emergency meeting and took those items up. And as I mentioned, there was incorrect information, misinformation that was put out about P-cards in particular. So aside from that, no, I haven't received any feedback, and I certainly haven't received any feedback from the mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's helpful information. Hopefully, as you spoke to, there's a reason why these emergency ordinances have been put in place, and so hopefully these communications will happen. If there's any realistic feedback from the administration, I think we would encourage it because we want the business of the municipality to continue, but we also want to safeguard the fiscal interests of the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next is Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to build on what I said earlier tonight, but it's relevant to the item in front of us, that it really is our responsibility, this role of ensuring that the municipality is protected, and when we are getting unprecedented resignations and terminations, when we have vacancies of significant positions across the entire administration, when we have widespread reports of a toxic and unprofessional work environment, when we have reports of mismanagement of funds, these are incredible red flags that we can't ignore and we have to respond to. And so I think it's really important that everyone realize that where there's smoke, there's fire, and we really need to make sure that we're leaning in on this. And it is not an indictment of the people who work on the front lines every day and do incredible work for this city. It is a question about how this city is being run. And so I just really want to encourage us to be firm and continue to ask these questions and continue to do our job. And I think it's really important that we want to communicate out to all employees of the municipality that we support you. We support the work you're doing, but we're concerned that things are going in the wrong direction, and we're trying to support to make sure that it's done right. So I just want to make sure that was said. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to accept AIM 35-2023.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 10F5 is approved 12-0. And that concludes the consent agenda. We will move on to unfinished business and unfinished action on public hearing items. The first is item 11A, resolution number AR 2023-19, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage vacating a special assessment on municipal parcel number 004-043-49-000 in the amount of $889.11. Action was postponed from the meeting of January 24, 2023. Ms. Zalatel moved to approve. It was seconded by Mr. Constant. The motion to approve is on the floor. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve item 11A.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
AR 2023-19 is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 11B, ordinance number AO 2022-103S, an ordinance authorizing the competitive disposal of portions of Heritage Land Bank parcels 6-011, 6-016, and 6-017.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing was closed at the meeting of December 13, 2022. Action was postponed from that date. There is no motion pending. Action was further postponed from the meeting of January 10, 2023, with no motion pending. What is the will of the body? Ms. Zelatel?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second. A motion has been made by Ms. Zelatel to postpone indefinitely. It has been seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Go ahead, Ms. Zelatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think this might be a surprise to some folks that I've moved to postpone this item indefinitely, and I'm going to ask for some lenience to really walk through my rationale here. So we all know and can acknowledge Girdwood faces major year-round residential housing shortages. I see that as the main problem we're here to address, though it may be with different ideas and mechanisms. We had one of those mechanisms tonight before us with the other HLB resolution. Working through this process has been really informative to me. I've learned a lot. I've appreciated the level of engagement, particularly with the community and CY investments, and really appreciated the openness to having conversation. So I want to thank those who've attended the work sessions, the public hearings, community council meetings, and shared your opinions. I found that to be helpful throughout the process to get a deeper understanding of the issue. What I've come to understand, and it really has had confirmed, is that the lack of affordable housing for residents is truly problematic, especially for a majority of individuals in our community. And this problem exists for Girdwood as well. However, with all of that said, and with housing being one of my #1 priorities as an assembly member, I can no longer in good faith support this ordinance. And here's a few of those reasons. First-hand reports of incompetence in the mayor's office really give me no faith that this current mayoral administration will implement this ordinance in a way that does anything meaningful. I do not believe that Mayor Bronson will work to bring the parties together to see this project to fruition. I have serious doubts that Mayor Bronson can even get this project off the ground. As residents, we are painfully aware that the municipal employee team is hurting. Just look at those who are appointed by the mayor. There is currently no confirmed Heritage Land Bank director or real estate director for over a year now. We have an acting municipal manager. We have an acting municipal attorney. We have an acting health director. The mayor is also on his 4th chief of staff in 18 months. And as of yesterday, we now have an acting human resources director. And this doesn't account for the many positions that are open in these critical departments because of failed leadership. This means the people filling in these acting positions aren't doing their primary jobs and carrying out those duties. And some of these acting or vacant roles are the fault of this administration. The HLB director who was appointed and confirmed was summarily fired. Seasoned HLB employee, fired. It is hard to have faith and confidence that HLB can carry this out when the administration has undercut its own interest in seeing this deal come to fruition. So I want to be really, really clear here. This motion isn't in response, frankly, to the concerns of the community of Girdwood. It is the lack of competence by Mayor Bronson to carry this deal forward. I think this deal actually could benefit Girdwood. I worked very hard on the S2 version of this deal. I think it's a great compromise. I appreciate Connie Yoshimura coming to the table and providing her ideas and her insights and wanting to provide housing for Girdwood. But I just don't trust the administration. So if this body still desires to move forward and does not support the motion to postpone indefinitely, my recommendation is to move the S2 version forward. I believe it is the best chance, even with the challenges I've laid out, which seem almost insurmountable due to the inept leadership at the mayor's office and lack of employees, but it could be a path forward. Thank you.
Mr. Perez-Verdia is next on the motion to postpone indefinitely item 11B. Go ahead, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak in support of this motion. Ms. Zalatel said many things that I wanted to say, and so I'll keep this short. I also agree that that I don't have faith in the administration's ability to make this happen. But I also want to point out that overwhelmingly, the community of Girdwood does not support this, and more importantly, feels strongly that this process was done poorly, and that it really needs to come back to a different process that engages people in a more comprehensive way, and that this aligns to the planning that the community is currently working on. And so I support this. I think it's important that we take a step back and ensure that all of the voices that need to be at the table are, and that this is a project that truly is in line with a community. And the last thing I'll say that really makes me pause is the use of public land. The use of public land is for the benefit of community, and I'm not sure that this really does that. I feel like that this project is not in line with the needs of this community. So I want to support this motion to postpone and take this off the table and give the administration and this community a chance to start this over again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I just want to thank Ms. Zalatel for all of her work on this. You know, this isn't even in her district, so Girdwood, you guys are getting a great package here. But she took this head on because she is so passionate about housing. You know, I have been in a huge quagmire about this issue. But I'm not even going to talk about the specifics of the project because it is so telling that so many of my colleagues, including myself, have very little trust and faith that the administration will get this right. I mean, just think about that. We are possibly going to move to postpone this indefinitely, not necessarily because of the specifics, speaking for myself, but because we are so worried that this isn't going to be done and implemented effectively and really meet the vision of the community. So I would invite, as Mr. Perez-Verdia did, a do-over for this process. And I think Girdwood has really laid out some good thoughts on what a do-over might look like, and really invite the administration to self-reflect, take this with humility, and hopefully come back and be willing to be a good partner on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next is Mr. Sold.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll say I'm thrilled to see this possibly get postponed indefinitely, but I just want to thank the residents of Girdwood for their efforts and how they've spoken pretty much with a singular voice on this disposal and made their needs clear. And what I would ask is from the citizens of Girdwood to keep it up, and let's work on the next proposal. Let's work on the next project that is going to meet the needs of Girdwood, which I believe really first and foremost as a resort town is affordable workforce housing. So keep it up. Thrilled to see what happens next and see the dialogue on the front end of the disposal versus the back end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sold. Mr. Volin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not be supporting the motion to postpone indefinitely. I think a lot of good work has gone into the evolution of versions to get to where we are now on the S2, and I join my colleagues in giving credit in large part to Member Zalatel for her work on this. We have had extensive public process on this item, including special meetings, a meeting in Girdwood, and I realize that this project in the S2 version does not meet all of Girdwood's housing goals. I don't think it needs to. And I think it is partially hypocritical of this body to say that we support housing at all pricing levels in the municipality, but then not move forward with this. The use of public land for housing, I think, is a very high and noble use. This S2 version would allow housing at a higher density than what is currently permitted by zoning. And I think we need to debate this. I think we need to take up this S2 version and have some substantive debate on it. Because while I share skepticism of the administration's ability to pull this off, I will be frank, I share skepticism that we would ever reach a compromise that would be acceptable to the residents in Girdwood. We heard testimony from people who own short-term rentals, who own multiple rental properties, who own Airbnbs. And there's just something about this where, you know, I feel there's a history of Girdwood opposing multifamily property. I've said this on the record, and I know it hasn't been received well. But I think if we don't move forward, the reality is we're going to have a very chilling effect on any future builders, developers wanting to do work in Girdwood, and that we're going to be right back where we are now at square one in the future. So I will be voting no on the motion to postpone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volin.
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will support the motion to postpone this item indefinitely. And I agree, there has been a lot of good work on this item, a tremendous amount of work by Ms. Zalatel, and frankly, some good efforts to collaborate with Mr. Trombley and then members of the community and the developer as well. But it's not enough, and we are not ready to debate this tonight. It falls far short. We have not received basic info that was requested in December, such as the full pro forma, the financial information. It hasn't been shared with the community. We requested a legal opinion on the Crow Creek plan, and members received one from the legal department, but we were told it was confidential and couldn't be shared with the public, so we requested one that could be shared with the public, and while there is an AM from the planning department, there is not a legal opinion. And then we had also requested comps on the land in the area. So we are stuck in this place where I feel like if we were to debate it tonight, we'd have the same conversation we would have back in December, except there has been some work done on the versions. We still have not received some of this basic information that the community and assembly members have requested. And it's really frustrating, as my colleagues have said, to be in this situation because so much work has gone into it, and there is such a need for housing at all price points within the municipality, though we know from these conversations that Girdwood experiences the housing shortage differently and acutely as a resort community, and particularly has a need for housing that is below the 80 to 120% of the AMI that oftentimes we call attainable for folks who make a lower income. And so I agree, this particular proposal wouldn't solve everything, but it's not ready to move forward because we do not have an administration we can trust. And while I appreciate the collaboration of Mr. Trombley and Mr. Kohlhase, the fact remains that I am not confident if we were to approve something that had really great terms for the residents of Girdwood that would address, the need for housing, that those terms would be executed. I have no confidence in that. We do not get information. We see $5 million contracts proceed illegally. So I urge my colleagues to support this motion because this is not the right time to move forward, although it's a darn shame that we're in this position because it's a squandered opportunity. And I want to say thank you to Ms. Yoshimura. She's been treated really badly, and she does not deserve the disparaging treatment that she's received from some of you folks. And that makes me really sad because we all need to be partners in this, and we need to do better. And I want to end on the note that despite all this, I'm deeply grateful to Ms. Alatel. You're amazing in the work you've put in, and despite the super Herculean effort, it's just not enough to bring us to a point where we can vote on it tonight. And again, that's a darn shame. So I urge my colleagues to support this motion to postpone this item indefinitely and to also take up this role, this effort to work on projects that will result in more housing in our community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance.
Next in the queue is Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm super disappointed with how things are going with this project and I guess on the dais right now. I think this is a good project. I think that we had the opportunity to really get some housing that we need, bowl-wide, but specifically in Anchorage. And I do think that, Adam has done his best. I think it's very, Mr. Trombley, it's very unfortunate that this administration has such low trust that we're in this boat. I think if this happened in another administration, this would be going forward. And so Girdwood folks might have, like that pros and cons, I guess. But yeah, I'm just really disappointed. I think like Mr. Volan said, no project will meet. I remember saying the same thing in a work session. It feels like a lot of the folks providing testimony want this project to solve all the problems of Girdwood. And they want this private developer to roll in and solve all the problems in Girdwood, and they want her to pay for it. And that's not how the world works. And I know we don't like that, but that's just reality. And it's just, this has been very frustrating. I agree with the comments Ms. LaFrance made about the treatment of Ms. Yoshimura. I think has been outrageous, and I want to speak just generally to public feedback, which I welcome, and I know we all are used to getting a lot of it, whether email, call, community council, but I will say that this issue has been one, I've never seen such aggressive community feedback, repetitive, intense emails, demanding, entitled, very, very aggressive and rude. And honestly, I want to be clear, just like Ms. Alatel, if I were to vote against this project, it would not be because of the feedback. It would be in spite of it, because I found the feedback to be really counterproductive. Like Mr. Volan, I have found that many of the people who come to, and not all of you, this doesn't apply to everyone, of course, but many of the people who come to testify or have contacted me or, singing a sad song about all of the residents who can't find housing in Girdwood. Meanwhile, they own a second home that they use as a short-term rental. Dozens and dozens of people. Some people came clean, but a lot of people didn't. And so they sit and blame Connie or whoever else for the problems in Girdwood. And guess what? If you own a second home in Girdwood, you are the problem. You're the problem. That's why residents can't afford to live there. And, rich people don't like to hear they're the problem. They think they're the solution. But you know what? Like those of us, and I don't have a second home, but I'm including myself in upper middle class, like we're often the problem. And in this case, people in Girdwood who own second homes are the problem. So just own that. And don't come here and say Connie's the problem or Adam's the problem. And that has really angered me, the lack of self-awareness, the lack of reflection about the community and what they have allowed to exist there and taken from poor people who can't afford housing, it just has made me mad to no end. So the rallying at community council, showing up, aggressive presentations, not allow, my community council at Turnagain last week, it was put on the agenda last minute. We asked, someone asked, was the Muni invited? No, Muni wasn't invited. It was just a one-way presentation, bullying commentary until everyone voted yes. Well, actually, it was a split vote. It was 9-8. It's so gross to watch, honestly, and I'm kind of going on and on here, but I really think this is chilling. This vote is chilling. I think it's a bad vote for the Assembly. It shows that we are not interested in development and that we are not interested in trying to, we just passed a resolution saying we care about housing. We just did that. And then here we are, but this isn't exactly that, but exactly thing. It just drives me nuts, honestly, and I think it gives us a bad name, and this whole process has been very disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Next is Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I really identify solidly with the commentary that Ms. Quinn-Davidson just presented. I would take it a step further. It wasn't just aggressive testimony. It was aggressively dishonest testimony that was aimed at personal attacks because they couldn't win on the idea. Attack ideas. If you can't win there, you then attack the process. If you can't win there, you attack the people. So that's what I'm going to talk about now. Yes, the mayor's team is a disaster, but there is one party here who is not a disaster and has a proven track record. That's Connie Yoshimura and her investment company. She is a successful developer that brings projects to fruition regularly in this community. Unlike the people who led the charge against her, who have failed in their developments in Tacoma and other places, where they are actually causers of loss and causers of failed projects. I have learned in this process that there are people who, if they come forward with projects from Girdwood, my default setting will have to be no. And then they will have to convince me to change my opinion. Why? Because they spread rumors that Connie Yoshimura was attempting to poison them with cookies. And why? Because 4 times, one of my closest peers on the Assembly, even last night at midnight, asked me, have you been to the ethics board, after having disclosed 4 times the nature of my relationship? These people who are fighting against this cause have brought shame upon this body, and we have enabled it. And I am so sad that we're going to watch this project crumble because we enabled people who are so privileged that they are going to sit in their 3rd and 4th home in Girdwood while they rent out short-term rentals, and they enjoy the fact that the property values they have are going to stay high because they stopped this project. So there is shame to be had for all of us because we were unable to live up to our values. There was a resolution that passed earlier tonight, a strongly worded letter that means nothing. I am opposed to the motion to postpone indefinitely because we have a duty to provide housing in this municipality. There's never been a vote I've taken that would reduce or limit the opportunity to develop housing because this is the crisis of our day. But we're going to give in to the NIMBYs, and that's just sad.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Dern?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to, out of an abundance of caution, disclose a possible conflict. My husband is in real estate lending and has worked, I know, with Connie Yoshimura in the past and may again in the future. And so I want to disclose that just to be sure, out of an abundance of caution, there's no conflict here.
Ms. Dern, is it related to this project, his work?
No. No.
Let's go ahead and go through the questions. And these questions are used to determine if an Assembly member has a substantial financial or private interest in a matter that's before the Assembly. Ms. Dern, is the financial or private interest a substantial part of the matter under consideration?
No.
Does the financial or private interest vary directly and substantially with the outcome of the official action?
No.
Is the financial or private interest immediate and known, or conjectural and dependent on factors beyond the official action?
Not immediate and known.
Is the financial or private interest significant monetarily?
No.
Is the financial or private interest a type which is generally possessed by the public or a large class of persons to which you, as the elected official or your household member, belongs?
No.
Are there any other factors that might be deemed appropriate to consider under the specifics of your disclosure?
I don't believe so. I just wanted to make it clear for the record.
Thank you, and I'll just pause to see if members have any questions for Ms. Dern. Members do not appear to have questions. It is the ruling of the chair that you do not have a substantial financial or private interest in this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dern. Next is Mr. Cross.
Thank you. I don't support postponing. We've all sat through many work sessions. We've had plenty of time to digest the information, and I'm able to separate the emotion from the facts and the merits of the development and judge accordingly. And I'm not willing to try to put emphasis on the administration and the frustrations there so that I don't have to face either the accolades or arrows of my decision on voting on this, so I'm happy to proceed forward. I will tell you that everything they say here, it has been very interesting. There's been a lot of passion. I understand the frustration. I don't necessarily agree with it. I would encourage the people of Girdwood, regardless of what happens here, if this moves forward or not, that do not blame short-term rentals. That is like blaming bears for salmon being in streams. Short-term rentals show up because it is a perfect market for oppressed housing. I've only been in real estate 20 plus years. I've used to own at least 10 Airbnbs myself. I don't buy them in areas where there's not an abundance of housing. You target limited housing because it's the highest ROI. I would encourage you to tax them and create your own housing and use that to subsidize, because the numbers for affordable housing just do not make economic sense unless you subsidize it. It has to be subsidized. It does not make sense for an outside investor. The Airbnbs, because of your land values and development costs, economically it does not make sense. Do not hate them, use them. So I'm ready to vote, and I'm not willing to hide behind the struggles of the administration, and I do trust that man right there, Adam Trombley. He has done a fantastic job. He has been completely forthcoming, and I have always found him to be extremely helpful when I had questions. And I will not diminish his character or let him or let his reputation be tarnished because of accusations and misinformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Next is Ms. Zelatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one, I'm sorry to my colleagues because I don't think we thought that this would be where the conversation would go today. Two, this isn't an emotional response, and I want to be really clear about that. I might be upset because it's an unfortunate and disappointing response. However, it is one based on looking at the facts of what this administration has done to implement initiatives we have brought forward. They have failed and failed and failed. Why will they not fail here? And I appreciate Mr. Trombley. I worked very closely with him on the S2, but he is one person. He is not the depth of a department. He may not be here forever. I mean, the history of this administration suggests no one's here for a long time. So I may be fired up about this, but it's because I'm so disappointed. Shouldn't we all be? This is the consequences of bad government. And I appreciate Ms. Quinn Davidson's and Mr. Constance and Mr. Volan's comments. It is gut-wrenching not to move housing forward. However, for housing to move forward and for the S2 to be effectuated, there has to be somebody watching for the municipal interest so that the HLB profits can be used to convey the lot to Girdwood. Who is going to shepherd it through in that process? Who is going to be watching out consistently for the municipal interest to make sure the terms of the S2 are actually implemented? Didn't we just hear that they didn't like what we put for the appropriation for the mobile crisis team and they chose not to implement it? They didn't like what we put for a particular contract term and they chose not to implement it. I'm just, you know, what is the saying, twice bitten, once shy? Like whatever it is, like we've been down this path before and this is just too big of a project. Until you can do the basics of government right, you don't get to do innovative things that require follow-through and expertise. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Kohlhase?
Madam Chair, that would be me.
Go ahead, Mr. Trombley.
I don't begrudge the Assembly. I don't want to overplay this hand. I really don't. And I've talked to some of you on the phone. I've been in your position, and I do understand. I do understand the distrust of an executive branch. Trust me, I've been in your position. And I don't know if this is going to fall on deaf ears or not, and I hope it does not, is that instead of looking at the administration as one giant entity, I'm asking you to look more individually and your personal experience with me in the last 18, 19 months. I have been honest with every one of you. I have followed through on everything I've ever said that I would do. When there were directives to not communicate, I communicated in order to get projects done, information to you. I have always been open and honest with every single one of you. And I can tell you that that will not change, and that as long as I'm here, I will be here to ensure this project moves forward. Now, does it matter that after the land disposal, that a lot of this falls on the Planning and Zoning Commission for conditional use permits for the planned unit development, that there's community outreach, that in order to get a plat done, there has to be agreement with the community, that there has to be, code requires elements of conditional use permit for public meetings, public involvement. I don't want to get into the idiosyncrasies of Title 21, but there are a lot of things that drive that. And I understand that the argument that can be made back is, well, geez, code says that you can't spend over X amount without going to the Assembly. Did the administration mess up on that with the Navigation Center? Yes, it did. My ask is that you don't lump it all together. Ms. Zalatel, I understand your concern with multiple things, but I'm asking you to look at me personally and how we have interacted, how we have worked together, and that I have always told you from the very beginning, from my confirmation, I care about housing and I want to get housing done. When we did the Title 21 omnibus, 30 pages, Title 23 omnibus, however many pages that was a unanimous approval because I worked it with you. I went to the committees, multiple 3, 4 work sessions. We worked together. I didn't buck you on anything. We had robust discussions, and that will not change. It has been this way since the beginning of the Holton Hills project when I was involved January 1st or July 1st, 2021. I've been to every work session. I've worked through the S2 version, worked with the developer. I have never indicated that I will not follow through. And like I said, I don't know if that changes anybody's vote. I hope it does. But I also felt it was important to get that on the record. And so thank you, Mr. Cross. And just so you're aware, I don't take anything you guys are saying personally because I have been in your position.
Thank you, Mr. Trombley.
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to thank you, Adam, for the conversations, for your effort. I know there were still some items I mentioned that didn't get completed, and I don't know what the status is on that. And I actually am curious. But I wanted to say that I appreciate you've been on the Assembly, but this is not a normal situation with normal executive legislative conflict. What we have here is a crisis. We have situation after situation where we can't rely on things. It's not you guys who are here. It's not the long-standing, dedicated municipal employees. It's the mayor. I'm just going to be very frank about that because it is a huge disappointment, as my colleagues have said, that an issue concerning housing hasn't been able to move forward. And that's, you know, as Ms. Quinn David said, may have a chilling effect on development, which is what, it's not what any of us want to see happen in our community. But that said, you know, I really feel like, you know, Ms. Zelatel, you said once bitten, twice shy. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I feel like I've trusted when I shouldn't have. And I'll be darned if I'm going to take any more risks. And without an HLB director, I just don't even see how this can move forward, despite your efforts, Mr. Trombley, and your willingness to work on this and to work with us. You know, I really do appreciate that and appreciate this must be really frustrating. I guess I would just ask, you know, on those 3 items that I mentioned, like the pro forma and the legal opinion and the comps, what happened to those 3 AMs? Because those we were expecting to see on the agenda.
The pro forma, through the chair, Ms. LaFrance, the pro forma is attached to the agenda. CY Investments did it with an economic explanation as you requested. That is attached. The comps, we don't control how appraisals are done. They're done through a very specific, they're done in a specific fashion through term contractors, through the real estate department. We don't dictate how those comps are done. They're done according to standards and specifics. And that AIM explaining the $2.1 million appraisal from, don't quote me, I think September of 2021 or December 22, I can't remember what it was. That is also in there with an explanation of this is how that, this is a term contractor. They have all the necessary certifications through the state. I believe HLV put together an AIM explaining all of that. So from my understanding, the only thing, Ms. LaFrance, that is probably not there would be, and I don't have control over the municipal legal department as far as how much they want to take an internal legal opinion and make it public. That's a determination from, in this case, Ms. Christensen, and how that would be crafted. I have nothing to do with that, but the planning department was able to produce that AIM explaining why the Crow Creek Neighborhood Land Use Plan is still in effect, specifically with the water line that was built within the 7 years of the implementation of the Crow Creek Neighborhood Land Use Plan. So from my understanding, all 3 of those things are in there. If they're not, they showed up on the agenda. I apologize if they're not in your packet.
So I did find AIM 39-2023, but that's the original pro forma. It's not the financial information that we discussed.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair,
you know what, it's fine, Mr. Trombley. We talked about this in December, and we talked about it. This is my point, I guess, to the members. We can't seem to get the information we really need and that the community has asked for. So I appreciate the effort. I will never understand how the legal department makes certain decisions and how something can be shared with members of the body about a public plan but can't be shared with the public or even something abridged. I don't need an explanation on that. It's fine. I just wanted to say thank you, Mr. Trombley, for working with us and for your congeniality. I don't see any other members in the queue. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item 11B indefinitely.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
No.
The motion to postpone item 11B indefinitely is approved, 7-5. Please refrain from clapping. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to change the order of the day to take up item 13A and then 12B. These are must-pass items.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Zalatil to change the order of the day to take up must-pass items 13A followed by 12B next. It's been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Anything further, Ms. Zalatil?
These both relate to items for the municipal election, so they do need to be finished tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Seeking unanimous consent on the motion to change the order of the day. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the order of the day has been changed. We will take up item 13A next. We now have before us item 13A, ordinance number AO 2023-2, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $2,300,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of constructing, renovating, and equipping park, trail, and recreational facilities, capital improvements in the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Service area.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? So please come forward. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live. If you could turn on the microphone there so that the light is on, there you go. Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Diana Rhodes with the Anchorage Park Foundation. On behalf of the Anchorage Park Foundation Board, our 5-member staff, and our 10,000 supporters in the city, we encourage you to support $3.95 million in park bonds this year. For 11 years in a row, voters have said yes to park and trail bonds, choosing to tax ourselves a small amount so we can share in the cost of these public resources. Anchorage Park Foundation uses these public investments to raise private dollars, volunteer hours, donations of materials, and grants. Since 2012, the $37 million in park bonds have leveraged nearly $45 million in additional improvements. Park and trail bonds are a smart investment, and we encourage your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live. And if you could turn on the microphone. Oh, sorry about that.
My name is Irene Queednow. If I remember correctly, was that the one where you were moving the marijuana tax out from under the tax cap? This item? Okay, never mind then.
Do we have anyone to call? 13. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Cross. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the new ordinance to increase the total of the parks bond just shy of $4 million. We discussed this quite quite extensively at our prior meetings, that we had to do this in order to be able to expand the parks bond and meet the notice requirements and get the projects that are really important to the community before the voters. In particular, I'd like to thank Parks and Rec and Mr. Braniff for working with us on this, and wanted to highlight a particular project in the Midtown area, which is the Midtown, oh shoot, I'm going to get it wrong. The Midtown, it's basically this chalet for the ice skating oval. I haven't got the name yet committed to memory. Which will be exciting. It'll be an exciting activation. It's only the start of that project, but that's what the Parks Bond can do. It can be leveraged by entities like the Parks Foundation. It can catalyze other projects. And so this is the stuff, excuse me, that gets neighborhoods excited and residents engaged. And so I hope we can all support this in getting it before the voters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So some comments and then an amendment. Yeah, I want to echo a lot of Ms. Alatel's comments. You know, this has been a little bit of a roller coaster on this one. I think started off with a big WTF moment and a lot of frustration, a lot of angst. And then I think we put our creative hats on, worked well with the administration, and came up with this proposal. And I think, you know, this is hopefully an example of what we can do right. With that, I'm going to go ahead and move Rivera-Zalatel Amendment Number 1.
Second. Rivera-Zalatel Amendment Number 1 has been moved by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. So for the record, the project, if this amendment is approved, will have a new name of Midtown Park Family Chalet. And this is so the folks who have been really spearheading a lot of this work requested this name change. This will be a change in the exhibit of that lists all of the different projects, and I would request my colleagues' approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Rivera and Zalatel Amendment Number 1.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Dern?
The amendment is approved 12-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't see
Put
myself in the queue.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Similar to what was testified before, that this is an example of how well we can work together with some members of the administration. I just want to really underscore the amazing effort that went to come up with this workaround that is very successful, and it was amazing work by a lot of people in a very short amount of time. I would say the entire legislative branch of the government kicked into overdrive. And so thank you to everybody who supported that effort, you know, everyone all together all at once. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2023-2 as amended. S as amended. I don't see an S version. Let me, wait a second. Okay, was the S version moved? I guess is my question.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to clarify for the record that the mover and the second moved the S version, and members may proceed now to vote on AO 2023-2S as amended.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Item 13A is approved 12-0. We will now go back to item 12B. This is not a public hearing item. Resolution number AR 2023-32, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly calling a special election to be held concurrently with the April 4, 2023 regular municipal election for the purpose of submitting a ballot prop to the qualified voters residing within the Anchorage Parks and Rec service area in the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel, did you wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you. This is the item necessary to effectuate getting what we just passed onto the ballot, and it's intended to run concurrent with the regular election.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2023-32.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Item 12B is approved 12-0. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. Okay, we are back in the meeting. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to change the order of the day to take up the 15s, 13 Bravo, 13 Charlie, 13 Echo, 14 Alpha, 14 Delta.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion to change the order of the day has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These are some legislative branch must-passes and also our quasi-judicial items and some items that we believe are priorities for members. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeking unanimous consent on the motion to change the order of the day. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the order of the day has been changed. We will take up the items in the 15 section, followed by 13B, 13C, 13E, 14A, 14D. Items in the 15 section are quasi-judicial items. They involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and/or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative role because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications except in liquor license applications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. We now have before us item 15A, resolution number AR 2023-33, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Wobbly Moose, LLC, a marijuana cultivation facility with license number M30782, doing business as Wobbly Moose. Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward and state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2023-33.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Item 15A is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 15B, resolution number AR 2023-34, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Wobbly Moose LLC, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M30783, doing business as Wobbly Moose.
Wait for it.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zelatel and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Yes, is the petitioner there?
I'm sorry, is who there? Oh, the petitioner.
The
Yes.
applicant.
The petitioner is here.
I would love for them to come up.
They're coming to the podium, Mr. Constant. And if you could just go ahead and make sure the light is on, press the button on the box to turn on the microphone, please. It's
All right.
it's
Are
not
we
on
good?
yet. Not yet, Mr. Constant. They're working on getting the microphone on. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Constant, with your questions.
Yeah, thank you. So there was a very strange incident reported this week that somebody went into a competitor store very nearby to this licensee location and said, "You're ruining our business. We're down the hill." And I'm curious if anybody from your operation might be engaging with other licensees around.
And if you could start by stating your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Smith. I am here on behalf of Wobbly Moose. I have with me Mr. Stan Marshall and Mr. Jim Akers. They are the applicants for this permit. I am from the law offices of Lance Christian Wells and have helped with the preparation and submission of their application for the marijuana application as well as a special land use permit. And I apologize, I did not hear Mr. Constant's question clearly.
All right, I'll restate it. And it's really a question for the petitioner. Have they had any engagement with the other licensees in the neighborhood around them recently?
Have you had other engagement with the licensees around you briefly?
No, we've never spoke to anyone, actually. I'm sorry. My name is Stan Marshall. Sorry. We've never spoke to anyone in the area or any of the other businesses around there or anything.
All right, that's good enough for me. I just wanted to ask that question because there was an odd situation that happened where somebody purported to be from your operation.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion on this item? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2023-34.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Mr. Presberdia?
Item 15B is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 15C, resolution number AR 2023-42, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcoholic beverages conditional use for beverage dispensary tourism license number 6100 for Northern Pacific Airways, Inc., DBA Navigator Lounge.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zelatel and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2023-42.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Item 15C is approved 11-0. We will now go to item 13B. Resolution number AR 2022-401, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly adopting the public naming panel's unanimous recommendation to name the dedicated municipal park at 1217 Latouche Street as Fairview Delga Park. This item was carried over from the meeting of January 24, 2023. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the naming panel, the Ombudsman, Mr. Hess, for working to do this renaming of this park. I know the Ombudsman had previously wanted to be able to be here to speak to this, but with the carryover item and then the time, it is this evening, and we weren't sure if we would get to it tonight. So I want to make sure we extend our thanks to both him and the naming panel for their work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm excited about this renaming as it celebrates the culture of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina, and just would want the public to know that in the Fairview Delga Park, Delga is the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina Athabascan word for raven, which is an important Alaska Native cultural icon. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-401.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Mr. Salt. Item 13B is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 13C, ordinance number AO 2023-9, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 3.30 Personnel Rules to create an executive attorney pay plan. This item was carried over from the meeting of January 24, 2023. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Sorry about that. Ms. Zalatel wanted one of us to speak, I think probably just to express how we've been hoping this would happen for years, and we had talked with Ms. Wint Pearson when she was the Muni attorney about raising attorney pay. Over the years, we've lost a lot of attorneys to the state and to other places, and of course that turnover costs the Muni money. And then we worked with Ms. Vogel, and finally here with Blair with Ms. Christensen. It's really nice at your last assembly meeting to see this happen, and I know that Meg was actually trying to push to make sure we last meeting because she wanted you to be here for it. So anyway, thank you for working on this. Thank you for the work that you and your department does. We really appreciate it. And we know that you're public servants and you're making less here than you could elsewhere, but this is a little bit of a step in the right direction. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. And thank you, Ms. Christensen. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2023-9.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Item 13C is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 13E, ordinance number AO 2022-117, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Sections 2.10.015 and 2.20.060 related to assembly offices and staff.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
The S version?
Yes, sorry, the S version.
A motion to approve the S version has been made by Ms. Zeletel and seconded by Mr. Peterson. This is an item that has been carried over, and there is an amendment on this item. However, it does not appear to be in the yellow folder. Mr. Gates, do we have that amendment? This item has been carried over once or twice, and I believe it was in our prior yellow folders.
Yes, I just recalled that it was in a prior meeting, and I'm looking for it right now. So I apologize. We didn't have it in front of us at the moment, but I think I'll find it.
Okay, so I think we'll go ahead and move on to 14A and come back to this item. We now have before us item 14A, ordinance number AO 2023-14, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, Section 21.09.050C, accessory uses Girdwood to preserve the accessory dwelling unit regulations for Girdwood.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward and state your name. Will you be speaking on behalf of GBOS?
On behalf of myself, and I'll make it very brief.
Okay.
Mike Edgington, Girdwood. I just want to say thank you, first of all, to the planning department for putting this together so quickly. And secondly, this is one example of work we did over the summer to increase the options for housing in Girdwood. I know there's been some characterization to the contrary by various members today, but I would say this is one example where we're trying to increase the housing options, and you'll see more coming ahead of you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Peterson and seconded by Mr. Cross. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
I appreciate that the speaker who just spoke doesn't like the way that Girdwood's leadership has been characterized, but the facts are the facts, and it is just simply the way that the work of GBOS is. They put on a nice show, but then they oppose anything that expands any kind of housing density. We see a history of it going back at least 5 years. And so I appreciate the opinion that they are working hard towards housing, but in that case, and in the concept of short-term rentals and how ADUs are the problem, I just can't support this.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a more basic question, which is why, and I don't want to get us too far astray, but can someone just summarize why there are different rules in Girdwood for this?
Go ahead, Mr. Kohlhase.
Through the chair, I was going to, some planning department may be on the phone. I'm not sure if they're still with us. Mr. Lyons or Mr. Whitfield, are you available?
And it's okay if someone's not, we could follow up about this. I'm just sort of curious kind of how that came to be, but I don't want to slow anything down, so.
Okay, it appears we do not have anyone from planning on the line.
Can you hear me? This is Daniel McKenna-Foster from the Planning Department.
Oh, great. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I could speak to that. So this really comes out of the previous Girdwood Code section referred to the existing bowl section, and so this is just kind of a cleanup because in the recent ADU amendment that was passed on January 10th, some of the pieces were changed or taken out, but the Girdwood community wanted to keep those in. So this is really just sort of a housekeeping piece to take the pieces that were formerly in the bowl section and now just putting them into the Girdwood chapter. So it's not really substantive. It was stuff that was already there, and before they were kind of referred to by reference, and now they're just, the text is simply moved into the Girdwood chapter.
Can I follow up, Madam Chair?
Sure, go ahead.
Sorry, is this Dave Whitfield? Or, oh, Daniel,
This
okay.
is Daniel McKenna-Foster. Yep.
Okay, hi, this is Austin. So I'm sorry, and you jumped in, so you probably missed my specific question. I understood the general sort of idea about this ordinance, but I was curious why Girdwood has different rules to begin with.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. That was probably a question for maybe Dave Whitfield or somebody else before my time. I think they've had their own chapter for a while.
Okay. Oh, sorry to cut you off, Daniel. Maybe between Daniel and Kent, you guys could get someone just to fill me in by email. We don't need to spend more time on this here. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Next is Mr. Volan, and then if Mr. McKenna-Foster would stay on the line, I've got Mr. Constant after Mr. Volan for a question for him. So go ahead, Mr. Volan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this is doing essentially is restoring the owner occupancy requirement in Girdwood. We just removed the owner occupancy requirement for the rest of the municipality. I don't think I'm going to support this. I don't think we need different rules on this particular subject for Girdwood. You know, it was sort of raised with a couple of the amendments that I brought forward on our ADU ordinance that perhaps certain zoning districts, single-family zoning, they shouldn't have their own special carve-outs or different rules. So I really appreciate Member Quinn-Davidson for bringing that question up. Why should Girdwood have special carve-outs? And I think, you know, we should be making it easier to buy and sell property in Girdwood. And yeah, I think, I don't think for my part that I do want to restore the owner occupancy requirement specifically in Girdwood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I think Mr. Volin kind of just got there, but Mr. McKenna-Foster, are you still there? Through the chair, yes, I am. Thank you. So what I heard you just say is that this is just a cleanup of importing into the Girdwood Code what we had done, but I think it does the opposite, doesn't it? Which is it ports special carve-outs. And I think, you know, we should be
If folks could please mute.
easier to buy and sell property in Girdwood. And yeah, I think I don't think for my part that I do want to restore the owner occupancy.
It's such a good point. I'm making it
could you please mute, please?
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Oh, that was weird. Thank you. Thank you. Are you now? Mr. Vaughn kind of just got there, but Mr. McKenna-Foster, are you still there? Yeah, through the chair, I am. Yes, I am. I'm sorry, we have an issue. Have we figured it out?
And Mr.
I can hear you, and I'm muting as soon as I'm not speaking. I hope that works. Oh, yeah, maybe turn off your TV or whatever you're streaming the meeting through so you can be real time. Okay, so the question was, it seemed like you asserted that this was just a cleanup by bringing into the Girdwood Code what we had done to the ADU section of the Anchorage Code, but I think Mr. Volin clarified, no, that what this would do is it would undo some of the things that we had done with the ADU ordinance. Isn't that right?
Through the chair, my understanding is that when Girdwood passed their ordinance in July, they intended to maintain the owner occupancy, and in doing that, they wrote their code so it says, and this refers to this other section in the municipality, the bowl-wide, and when you have to record an affidavit, they referred to the section there. So I don't know exactly what happens if this doesn't pass and then there becomes sort of a dead link in the Girdwood section of code that says it refers to something that no longer exists in the Muni code, and because today is the day I believe that the January 10th ordinance comes into effect. So that might be a larger procedural question about what happens when there's a dead link in the code or there's a reference to a code section that was now deleted now that the Muni Bowl code has removed those requirements.
Are you good, Mr. Constant? Mr. Constant? Okay, thank you, Mr. McKenna-Foster.
Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to point out that Girdwood has its own chapter of Title 21, and Girdwood worked on this ADU code for Girdwood, and it will cause a real problem if we do not approve this tonight. And I would ask Mr. Edgington, one of the co-chairs of the Girdwood Board of Supervisors who testified on this ordinance, if you could please explain a little bit more about why this is a problem and why does Girdwood need to have special rules? Why can't you just go by the code that was passed concerning ADUs that applies to everywhere else?
Right. Mike Edgington, Girdwood. We had an ordinance which passed last summer, which I would say liberalized the code in Girdwood. The code in Girdwood, Chapter 9, my understanding is it predates most of the rest of Title 21, and it was kind of used as a pilot, really, for Title 21. So we have a lot of code which actually is older than Anchorage Bowl. And in particular, when the 2018 changes to ADUs were made in Anchorage Bowl, they didn't apply to Girdwood. So we recognize that as a problem. We made it easier, removed a number of restrictions on detached ADUs and size of ADUs, and that was passed last summer as an ordinance. And through a drafting error, which is probably my fault, we ended up with a couple of references instead of actually bringing the code across, so it no longer was a standalone code. And when you made the changes recently to ADU code, those sections that we referred to completely disappeared. So as Mr. McKenna-Foster said earlier, it results in these completely broken links, so the code is not implementable as it stands if this is not passed, or something similar to fill in those gaps is not passed. The other thing is when you made the changes a couple of months ago, there was a statement at the very beginning of the process that said this does not affect the code in Girdwood, and clearly it did affect the code in Girdwood. So again, I don't think we didn't have a wide opportunity to discuss the impact or make any other suggested changes. It just kind of happened in the background, and suddenly we discovered our code just before it was passed. We discovered our code was going to be broken by this activity. So this is kind of an administrative question, or an administrative fix. And again, I think the intent, I believe, as stated when your changes were passed for the Anchorage Bowl and Chugach Eagle River, was that there would be a concurrent fix to at least fix the broken links in Chapter 9. There are, I think, some longer-term, deeper questions about how we could potentially make future changes, and I'd be happy to discuss those at either now or at some future point. But I consider that a separate issue. This is really just a fix to code that would be completely broken otherwise.
Thank you, Mr. Edgington. Thank you, Madam Chair. Next in the queue is Mr. Cross.
Thank you. Mr. Edgington answered some of the questions and gave some clarifications. I will just add that I respect Girdwood's right to form the code, because Eagle River has some different code provisions under ourselves as well, under District 2, and so I understand uniqueness of their area. I would encourage them, though, to readdress the fact that you need owner occupants for ADUs. You have a housing problem. You should not be piling on more restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Next is Mr. Volin and then Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Mr. Volin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, there's another thing in here too, about the property ceases, expiration of approval of an ADU. Approval of an ADU expires when the property ceases to maintain all required parking spaces. Well, we don't require any parking spaces in the municipality. So I don't know. I think we need to be consistent. And I think we need to apply the same logic that we did. We heard a lot of feedback from the public when we removed the owner occupancy for the rest of the Anchorage Bowl. And I think I'm okay for my part with this section of code not being implementable for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volin. Next is Mr. Constant.
Thank you. A bit of a history lesson was provided to us today by an article from the Alaska Landmine in relationship to the Holton Hills project. And in that article, they made a brief foray into a discussion about redlining and steering and the history of the federal housing investments and the real estate industry and housing policy for creating ghettos and for creating neighborhoods that are enclaves of all one demographic of people. So I think one of the most excellent takeaways of that article was the simple fact that's very hard to rebut, that if you put restrictions on housing in this manner, you make it more homogeneous. What that means is if the owner is required to occupy the building, it's much more likely that the tenant in the accessory unit will look very much like the owner in the main unit, because people tend towards who they are and what they know. And so this policy, if reinstituted, is part of the long march of redlining and steering and race-based policies that make communities unwell.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zelatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what I'm hearing is that the Girdwood ADU code will be broken that would prevent the ability to build ADUs until it is fixed. I am seeing how there are flaws perhaps in the ADU code in Girdwood that it seems there may be legislative will to change around owner occupancy in particular. So I think there's two paths forward. One is to postpone this item indefinitely and come back with an ordinance that does both changes, fixes it and moves it forward so that we don't delay the building of ADUs this summer, because I want to see them built. And the other would be to pass this and then come back and make the other change. So I think there are one of two ways forward. But before I think we have a recommendation, I want to, if Mr. McKenna Foster's still online, I want to verify my understanding that if this does not pass, ADUs could not be built and move forward.
Yeah, this is Daniel McKenna Foster from the Planning Department, through the chair. I don't know that I can answer that question. I don't know what happens when the code is broken and how that, or I'm sorry, when the link is broken in the code and how that looks in terms of implementation. So I don't have a good, unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for that. Because I don't know when it comes down to it, if somebody's trying to build and this former rule exists, but it links to something that doesn't exist anymore. Can't even make an assumption about what they say. So unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for you on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And so my final comment would be, I think I'm in the position to make sure we stay very motivated to ensure that this code gets fixed with the intent, I think, of the legislative body, not just necessary and consistent with the other ADU actions we've taken. So I'm going to go ahead and support the motion to postpone knowing that we need to like move quickly to fix it. And I think any 3 members who vote in favor of the motion to postpone, if it passes, need to take some ownership to work with getting that done, because I think it's got things that people want to see happen. And I guess I maybe just volunteered myself as well. Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of information.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Yes?
A motion to postpone is not on the table, correct? A motion
Correct.
to approve is on the table.
Correct.
Thank you. Just clarification. Thank you.
A motion to approve is on the table.
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would urge my colleagues to pass this AO and come back, because while I appreciate the urgency, there are lots of other things taking our attention right now, and I believe that more time is required to meet with the members of GBOS, and maybe this is something, I don't know which committee it fits in, whether it's probably CEDC, and that would be a good place for the conversation. But I would just ask my colleagues to please, let's approve this tonight, and those of you who are identifying some areas you want to change, please come back with those changes after there has been more conversation with GBOS and perhaps with the CEDC committee, because we have a lot that we are continuing to need to address, and this is something that we just need to take care of tonight, right now. Thank you, Madam Chair. Next is Mr. Gates, and then Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out that there was recently, well, this is described in the whereas on page 1, line 25. In less than a year ago, they passed ADU regulations specific to Goodwood in July, and the recent ADU update for the West Anchorage Bowl and Chugach Eagle River took that away. So this is just putting back what was very recently done. And of course, this doesn't mean you can't change it in the future, but this was just a simple curative ordinance. And I just wanted to make sure you rub that whereas paragraph. I also wanted to apologize. I intended to have an AM explaining that also had the GBOS resolution that supported the July changes, but we ran out of time.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Constant?
Thanks. Much has been said, and many times, that we need to go back and do more work, and it's just more, and we should pass this because tomorrow we'll do more. But here's the next project that's coming up. In reality, it's the Airbnb ordinance. So the next step we're going to do is put more restrictions so that the people who currently have the Airbnbs in operation out there, the folks who led the charge against Holton Hills, they're going to be grandfathered in to a permanent asset that the community, they're going to be the kings for. And so that's the next step in this conversation as we work to allow a more refined process and more process over time. So just know that that's where we're going, is we're going to make the kings more kingly.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Volan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I move to postpone to the meeting of March 7th?
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Volan to postpone to the meeting of March 2nd. It has been seconded by March 7th.
Mm-hmm.
March 7th, it's been seconded by Davidson. Go ahead, Mr. Volan.
Thank you. I think I just prefer the former rather than the latter of Ms. Zalatel's two proposed paths forward. I want to take a long, hard look. I guess I'm reevaluating in the light of the ADU ordinance that we just passed, whether or not it should have included Girdwood. And also given in the light of what happened tonight with the Holton Hills item. So I would like to postpone this. I would also volunteer to work on it and then bring it back. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Volan.
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge my colleagues to vote against the motion to postpone to the meeting of March 7. I agree it's important to take a long, hard look. Now is not the time to do that. Now is the time to fix the code that was messed up when we passed the ADU code that applied to the entire municipality. I think the timing of this ordinance is unfortunate, given the conversations we've had here tonight. March 7 is already an entire month out. I think that there will be probably significant conversation that will be generated. It probably won't get through until maybe April. And I think that we have an opportunity to fix this tonight and continue the work. But, why put it at risk? Let's take care of this tonight. Please vote down the motion to postpone, and then let's get back to the motion to approve and pass that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do feel like that there's a strange reaction to our previous vote that's related to this, and this seems like a simple fix, and that we should vote for it. And then if there's a desire to actually make a change here, then let's have a work session, let's do the work, and let's change it. But it doesn't seem appropriate to vote this down at this point or to postpone it. It's a simple fix, and if we want to do the work to change it, then let's do that following this. That's my perspective. I would encourage members to vote down the motion to postpone and to go back and improve it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Presverdia. Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the motion to postpone. I guess I don't understand the reasoning of it's a quick fix to fix something, but we're fixing something to a determined answer. And so why would we vote on something tonight that we're not sure we all support substantively and then work to later evaluate it? Again, it feels like it makes sense to just pause and actually take the time to figure out what we think makes sense. And I don't actually have an opinion on this, but just sort of process-wise, I don't see why we would vote on this tonight when we don't know what we think about it. So I hope folks will postpone so we can have a conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Next is Mr. Solt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm against the motion to postpone this. And the way I view it is this was in code prior to us passing the ADU action, and that then broke the code. And now we're debating whether to go back and fix something that was in place beforehand. It'd be different if we were bringing this forward as a new section or an addition to code and debate like we did with the ADUs. But this was already a section in code that just had an unintended consequence that the body had approved previously. So again, I hope members again decide to not postpone and then approve this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Presverdia.
I'm sorry, you can take me out of the queue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Presverdia. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AO 2023-14 to the meeting of March 7.
Mr. Solt?
No.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The motion to postpone to the meeting of March 7 fails 6-6. We are now back on the main motion to approve AO 2023-14. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. No, absolutely. I'm going to speak again for the first time on this motion. So I urge you to vote no on this. And as the proponents have argued that we should come back with a new project and really think this through, that's what we should do, because what we've done effectively in the last 2 months is we eliminated parking requirements and we eliminated the ownership requirement for ADUs. And so what we're doing now is crafting a special exception to the Girdwood Code to allow them to have properties in which they have a restriction that's just not fair and it's not equitable. And so a vote to support this is not a vote to just fix the code. The code is not broken. If we need to clean up the code should be cleaned up to allow for a non-owner occupied ADU. That's literally the policy decision we made a month ago. So my recommendation is that you vote this down.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Next is Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you. I think I feel the same way. I'm really struggling, particularly with a couple folks on the dais who, are typically really into process. This is a really bad process to just not have a conversation about this before making a decision. And I'm struggling with, earlier there was conversation like, oh, we haven't had enough time to consider this. We can't possibly approve the other project. But we haven't had literally any discussion about this, but we're being sort of pushed into voting on it right now. So I just find from a process perspective this to be really not sitting well with me, and I would like to have a work session and be more thoughtful and more intentional about whatever result we all land on. So I'll be voting no. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to stress that this is the action to clean up the code. This is the action to restore the code to how it was before the ADU ordinance was passed. That ADU ordinance resulted in an unintended change. We knew that when we passed it, and the idea was we were going to come back and fix it with this ordinance. So I don't think this is, I get it, there's a lot to discuss. We've had a thought-provoking meeting about housing. These issues are top of mind right now, but this is not the place to do it, because the idea of this ordinance is that it is a fix. It is a cleanup to the code that was not intended to be changed. And I get that there can be more work to do and that we can have committee meetings and work sessions, and I appreciate that. But yes, I am trying to convince my colleagues to do this, because again, this is the act to clean up the code as, the ordinance says. After vetting and receiving the support for the changes pertaining to Girdwood from the Planning and Zoning Commission, it went into place. And again, it was an unintended change when the broader ADU ordinance was passed, and I think that we need to pass this ordinance to correct that. So I do urge support, and I think we can do both concurrently. We can pass this, schedule some work sessions, get it on the CEDC agenda, and figure out the next steps if that's the body's inclination. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is interesting. I was the assembly member that led the charge to delay the effective date of the original ADU ordinance to allow for this discussion. But I didn't imagine that the fix would be so inconsistent with what we approved during the ADU discussion. So I will be voting no on this ordinance, because I don't think the answer to fixing something that's broken is to pass a broken ordinance. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next is Mr. Constant, then Mr. Voland.
Yeah, I just have to agree with the comments that I've heard. It is like, on one hand, if it's in one faction's interest, let's have all the process and conversation, but on the other hand, let's just get this done and then come back to a conversation. And I did not personally vote to exempt Girdwood from the owner occupancy requirement. When I took my vote on that question, it was to, as much as possible, remove restrictions so that people can start building and living in housing.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Next is Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Member Rivera put it really well. I don't want to restore code that is inconsistent with what I believe to be the values that need to be upheld of supporting housing and removing restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Mr. Gates?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to mention a reminder, when we passed AU 2022-7, January 10th at that meeting, towards the end we realized this inadvertent error, And I think that Mr. Rivera made that motion to make the effective date February 7th, specifically so we could do this action with this ordinance tonight, so that it would be effective at the same time, making this fix. And I would also point out this ordinance waives the usual process. I think Ms. Quinn Davidson mentioned that we should go through the usual process to make substantive changes. The usual process would be for this to start with the planning department in analysis, planning and zoning commission public hearing, and then get here, but we waived all of that because this is a simple fix. So with that in mind, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. And just a side note, just want Ms. Christensen to know that because of the acoustics in the room, your conversation is completely heard right here. So we can hear you as though you're sitting right next to us. So just want you to be aware that's happening. On this item, I guess I want to be really clear about the comment that was made about what is the impact of us not passing this tonight. And I guess there was an implication at some point that it would create a problem, it would create we wouldn't be able to build. Can I get someone to just speak to that specifically? What is the problem of not passing this tonight? And does that create an actual real problem for development, for construction, for what? So I'm not sure who's the right person from the administration to speak to that.
Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Yeah, Mr. Perez-Verdia, Mr. McKenna Foster said he couldn't answer that, and he didn't know what would happen if there was a broken link in code. And so we didn't get an answer, and I don't think there's anyone online who can.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Before I go to Mr. Rivera, Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to extend to 11:20.
Second.
Ms. Zalatel has moved to extend until 11:20. It's been seconded by Mr. Voland, seeking unanimous consent. Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, we are extended until 11:20. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yeah, I didn't finish all that I wanted to say, sorry. Thanks for letting me back into the queue. I wanted to just say that I actually I agree that some of the comments recently are compelling in that, this idea of it just being a fix, at the same time, this idea that we've created something through the previous changes that we may not want. And so I'm finding myself challenged by this, and if there's nothing specific that it is creating a problem at this point, I actually don't see a reason why we won't postpone it, or if we're going to vote it down, bring it back in 2 weeks. As this information starts to come out, it's making me more and more concerned that it may be better to just pause on this and make sure we're all on the same page and have the same information before we move forward with it. So I'm actually going to change my vote and vote no on this, because I'm more concerned that we're going to create a problem instead of just making a quick fix. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Gates?
Thank you. I think someone asked what's the effect if we don't pass this, and Mr. Daniel McKenna Foster's not online, but I think I understood what he said. And if I could just direct your attention to one example here, the ordinance, top of page 3, line 4, it's deleting in brackets and caps the regulations described, and it makes that cross-reference. But if you go up to line 21 on page 2, it says application review and approval procedures. That cross-references directs you somewhere else. And tomorrow, because AO 2022-107 is effective today, tomorrow there will be nothing there to refer to for an application process for ADUs in Goodwood. So I don't think anything can be done. You can develop anything in Goodwood. Anything, in ADU in Goodwood, because there's no process applicable.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2023-14.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
No.
The motion fails 5-7. We will now go back to 13E. An amendment has been passed out.
Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move LaFrance and Constant Amendment 1.
Second.
Amendment number 1 has been moved by Ms. LaFrance and seconded by Mr. Volin. Go ahead, Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, as you'll notice, deletes language that initially addressed classification, and it's on page 2, where a range of 30 would have been assigned where a range of 20 was, and this was to address or provide a solution that existed to the current assembly classifications. At the end of the day, it was unnecessary. We were able to work with the administration. They proposed a solution, and this language, which may have had some unintended consequences or at least would have complicated things in SAP, isn't necessary. So this amendment just simply proposes to move that language related to the assignment of classification.
Thank you, Ms.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 1.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The amendment is approved, 12-0. We are now back on the main motion to approve the S version as amended.
Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to note that this ordinance, as it states in the AM, it doesn't introduce any major changes to the staffing levels, authority, or workload of the branch staff. It simply updates the code related to the assembly branch staff to reflect how the staffing model has evolved in recent years. And with that, I would urge member support. Thank you, Madam Chair. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-117S as amended.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Item 13E is approved, 12-0. We will now take up item 14A. 14D. Ordinance number AO 2023-12, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly providing economic relief to the local construction industry in response to the inflationary pressures by amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 23.10, to require the 2022 basis for computing building code fees based on valuation in Title 23 to apply throughout the remainder of 2023. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Cross and seconded by Mr. Volin. Mr. Cross?
Yes, it was brought to us through a CDC meeting about a month ago. We were hoping to get this done in January, but we didn't want to create any late-on-table problems. Essentially, what we've seen is because of the way our our commercial and our permitting is tied to building evaluations, and with rapid inflation, over the last 3 years and through COVID, we've seen almost a 60% increase in permitting fees. So what we wanted to do is we said, okay, we can't see this rapid acceleration in permitting because, again, we want to help contractors get things done. So we went back and we talked to the Building Department Development Services, and they stated that their budget was actually based on the 2022 values. And although 2023 has gone up another 12 or 15%, forgive me, around that, that if we held the valuation and we held those permit fees at the 2022 level, they're not expecting that to have any financial ramifications. So we can hold the permit fees at the 2022 level and not negatively affect the permitting department. Again, their budget is not based on, because the IFC rating doesn't come out till later, till actually come out with their budget. So this is going to hold building permits at the current same fees they were in 2022 while we go through our housing summit that we go through and look at another way to adjust that, because the way we've structured it with tying fees to the estimated cost of construction based on a price per square foot is causing some big issues for contractors. It was an unintended consequences to the ways that we structure that. And in the future, we may be looking at how we evaluate those permits. But this legislation temporarily just freezes those fees at the 2022 levels. It does not have any negative financial consequences to the planning department. And it was a recommendation by Rolf Knopfsinger, who oversees that. This was his idea of how we can mitigate those expenses for at least 2023 while we address the rising cost of permitting fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cross, for that summary. I have a couple questions. I, in general, really like where you're going with this, and of course, we did a similar thing during COVID, I guess, probably part of the CARES Act and then ARPA as well. So would you mind, apologies if you said this and I missed it because I was talking to Dan for a second. Is there any of the ARPA funding left to cover any of these fees, or has that run out now?
No, this doesn't have anything to do with ARPA funding. Because of the way our code is structured around permitting fees, this would have naturally gone up. What we had done, I believe, with the ARPA funds is that we had done a 25% reduction,
Yeah.
and we used those fees to offset and basically pay for a reduction. That expired, those monies went away, so we saw a 25% increase, and then we saw 2 years of record inflation, and then it was one after another.
Okay,
Rapid
so the
inflation
ARPA
on
money
permitting
is
fees.
gone.
That is my understanding.
Okay. Do you want me to ask are you?
Feel free.
Well, I don't care, but when you said that's my understanding, I wondered if I should. Well, if anybody has any other information, please let us know. And so I guess my second question is that, it's a little longer question, but, Meg and Suzanne, Suzanne most recently has been part of these conversations that I've been having with Grant Utrenka, the new CFO. And so Grant has been really concerned about fund balance. And part of the problem actually with fund balance, basically how much money we have around, is that we're under because of two things. One is, we're in good fiscal health, but in terms of just cash flow, two things. One is we're trying to get money reimbursed from FEMA, which we're doing successfully and making great progress. It just takes time. The second one is this account. And so my understanding is that over the years, and we might have to get Grant on the phone, or Courtney, maybe you can respond to it too, but over the years, we've been collecting less money than we've been. It's supposed to be self-fulfilling, right? Like we're supposed to collect the fees that pay for the department, and we've been collecting fewer fees than the department costs to do all of that. And so my understanding from Grant is that we were about $15 million in the hole due to fees. So I'm a little hesitant to reduce fees if that's the case, particularly if it puts strain on our finances, but I like the concept. So I'm not against it. I'm just trying to figure out how we square those ideas. Ms. Peterson, do you know about that? Okay, thanks.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Quinn Davidson, you are correct. And so what we know is that the Building Safety Service area has not been meeting its revenues to cover its expenses, and so has continually been eating into a fund balance deficit of roughly $15 million, which does affect our overall fund balance numbers when we talk about our bond rating and our financial situation overall, because it takes all of those funds into consideration. So although we do make our 10 and our 2 reserves in order to meet those bond rating requirements for the 5 major funds, when they do our financials and they take all of those operating funds into consideration, that $15 million then offsets it, and so it looks like we are not actually meeting those. So it does create an issue, especially if we continue to create further deficit and not actually make a plan to recover it and recover out of it.
Through the chair, may I respond?
Let me check and see if Ms. Quinn Davidson has any follow-up. You're good. Go ahead, Mr. Cross.
Yes, the revenue is down, but that is because permits are dwindling. Fewer people are doing construction. So if I were to put this in analysis, if I owned an apartment building and I had more vacancies, I don't increase rents on the existing tenants, hoping that that'll solve my problem. You get your rents under control and fill vacancies. Part of this is to inspire and try to get more contractors getting construction, our housing summits, some of the things that we've done to get out of the way. The problem of revenue is one of our own making, which is high fees and lots of hurdles. And so I would encourage that we give our contractors some needed breathing room and continue on the road of promoting construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Next is Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is for Mr. Cross. You've raised capacity issues in the past about permitting plan reviews. Do you know if we go to this 22 basis and based on that budget, is there still funding for the ability to add capacity if needed, if we have a good building boom, particularly through term contracts? Or will we be having to look for a fund source in order to support the department?
Well, we are at the same number of employees, but less permits are being required. So they're, my understanding, and perhaps we can ask development services, about how they feel as if they're manned. But again, their budget and what they anticipated they needed was based on the 2022 levels, not on the increase that came after they established their budget.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Cross. And I realize that. I guess what I'm trying to say is this move seems somewhat counter to your prior moves in trying to reduce regulatory hurdles. We did not reduce some of those regulatory hurdles. So if you want more building permits to be processed, we need to make sure there's capacity. So I'm actually going to direct my question to the municipal manager and see if he has a sense of whether or not there would be money in this budget if the demand is high to keep the work moving, either using term contracts or something, or if we would be scrambling to find resources because of the reduction here.
Through the chair to Ms. Zalatel, thank you. I'd offer 2 quick comments, or 1 quick comment, I guess, just a perspective. There's really 2 issues here. One is the short-term issue in the 22 to 23 timeframe, looking at this proposal and what it does, and it's about a $360,000 hit to the really what would be the 163 fund. But it does, as Mr. Cross said, it does match the 22 budget. My further comment is that Mr. Greg Soule, the Acting Director of Building Services, is here, and he's available to speak to the questions you had, Member Zalatel.
Through the chair, Mrs. Zalatel, can you reiterate your question? You were wondering about staffing?
Yes, so if you have a lot of permits come in for building, will the 22 basis budget allow for you to have all the capacity you need, whether that's if you had to add term contracts or additional capacity, or would we be looking to try to find that delta in the revenue to support you if you become very busy?
Through the chair, Ms. Altel, we are fully staffed essentially now. We're down one structural plan reviewer and a few front counter staff, but we have those positions advertised, so they are in the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Soule. Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Mr. Voland?
I just want to thank my colleagues, members Cross and Solt, for bringing this forward. What this does is maintains 2022 levels. So I think I'm somewhere between, I don't know if I'm super optimistic that this is going to result in a ton more permitting requests. I think it's just going to make it easier on the flow that is already coming through. And I would love to see a building boom in construction. I sadly don't think that this is going to effectuate that, but I also don't want to hinder that with a 12% increase. So I support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Mr. Presverdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one of my questions was answered. I heard Mr. Colhase say that it was a $360,000 loss in revenue. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's my understanding. Mr. Soule may have better numbers, but that is my understanding.
Through the chair, Mr. Presverdia, we, at the request of OMB, we did run an estimate, and assuming 2023 construction is on par with what we saw in 2022, and we base all of what we saw on the on the tables we're using for 2022, the revenue that we would not capture would be approximately $360,000. But that's based on the assumption.
Thank you. And just a couple more, and you might be able to answer this. Just a clarification. Earlier, Ms. Quinn Davidson asked if the ARPA money had been exhausted. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Presverdia, I'm sorry, which money?
The ARPA money that we allocated, yes. Is that those funds have been exhausted at this point?
Through the chair, yes, I believe so.
Okay. And then just the last question, is it your thought that by reducing the permitting costs in this way, that it would incentivize permitting? Is that the hope here?
Through the chair, Mr. Presverdia, that is the thinking of some people do believe that, if you reduce permit fees, that will incentivize development. I think if you look at the broad picture, I think someone who's going to be building a $700,000-$800,000 home is not going to be scared off by an extra $1,000 in permit fees. This ordinance does affect only new construction, so it affects residential, commercial, new buildings, also additions and alterations. I think if you start talking about the smaller additions and alterations, I think, that would potentially disincentivize people to go through with that, with the higher permit fees. So it's a hard question to answer definitively, but, it's a spectrum.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Presverdia. Thank you, Mr. Soule. Ms. Zalatal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to extend to 11:30.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatal to extend until 11:30, seconded by Mr. Cross, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition out loud anyway, we are extended until 11:30. Next in the queue is Mr. Colhase.
Chair, I believe that's from my previous comment. Sorry about that.
No worries, thanks. Mr. Solt?
Thank you. I just wanted to make a quick comment. So, as I heard, lowering the fees might help the smaller builders and the smaller developments, as it might be a deterrent to have a higher fee. So I think that ties into the ADU conversation. So if we're trying to spur on ADUs, then lowering this fee should technically help the ADU builders versus those who are building the higher end homes or commercial properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Next in the queue is Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really struggling with this because I really like the idea, but the bottom line is that we are operating in a $15 million deficit in this account. And my understanding is that that's, and Grant's not here, but Courtney also might know this and she knew everything else. I think that is growing by about $2 million a year. Is that true, Courtney? Yeah, she's nodding yes. So even if we, just stayed as we were going to lose $2 million. And so now we're going to lose $2 million plus, we would have had that offset by the 360, but we're going to keep losing. And it does impact our bond rating, it does. And so to me, I just can't justify it, particularly having worked on the budget stuff so much. Even though I support the idea, I think it's just not very fiscally responsible at this stage. So I'll have to vote no. Sorry, and thank you for working on it.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, and I failed to, at the end of my comments, share my perspective on this, so I just want to quickly, I agree with Ms. Quinn Davidson. I appreciate the work on it. I always love the opportunity to incentivize development and lower costs, but the loss of $360,000 with the hope that it may incentivize some to do some construction is a little risky, especially knowing that we're in the hole. So I'm unfortunately going to vote no on it, and I would encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2023-12.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Item 14D is approved 7-5. We will now go back and pick up the items that we skipped when we changed the order of the day.
I move to change the order of the day to take up audience participation.
Second.
Second.
A motion to change the order of the day to take up audience participation now has been made by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by who? I heard like 3 seconds. Christopher, maybe? By Mr. Voland. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, that order of the day has been changed. We will move to audience participation. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Thank you, Madam Chair. James Thornton, Fairview Community Council. Thank you all for your service, and through the chair, I'll just be briefly speaking on AR 2023-43, or the introduction of which, or 10G4. I'd like to thank the administration for opening up lines of communication and an open dialogue through Homeless Coordinator Alexis Johnson, she's great, and Henning leadership. The community asked for transparency and clear communication regarding the emergency cold weather shelter and the felt impacts on the surrounding neighborhoods. And steps in the right direction are being made now, including weekly meetings in person with the community and Henning leadership. Henning leadership has communicated their shared concerns regarding the mass shelter impacts and has opened up additional lines of communication, including sharing points of contact with the neighborhood and the community council to aid directly in our challenging circumstances. Service calls surrounding the Sullivan are way up, and dangerous and unfair conditions continue today in our neighborhood. I will save the details of which for the next public comment period. APD, thank you. We appreciate the increased patrols. We see you and appreciate your efforts. Please be patient with the residents and remember that they didn't choose this life. It was forced on them and they live it every day, not just during their work hours. Thank you all in advance for finding and allocating additional funding for our emergency cold weather shelter in Fairview. While alternate scattered site housing and a future potential navigation center are currently either not on the table or are not able to relieve our current need for nearly 400 beds. We need the additional funding as soon as possible. I'm also in support of swiftly increasing the mobile crisis team and other similar agencies to 24-hour duties to protect our citizens and business owners during all hours of the day, not just around regular business hours. This action has the real potential to save lives and take those less fortunate and vulnerable out of harm's way, especially in low-income neighborhoods and areas with a concentration of services. Thank you again to Alexis, the administration, and Henning for your sincere efforts to work with the Fairview community towards a better future. I am also a cannabis business owner in Anchorage, and speaking briefly on the AR 2023-39, we call these unregulated loophole CBD products hot hemp. I am asking you to please work swiftly with the state to, at the very least, increase the barrier of access to the hot hemp items currently being sold as hemp, however you can. They also have the real potential to put Anchorage cannabis licensees out of business today. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live. And if you would turn on the microphone. There you go, it's on.
My name's Ed Harris, and I'm from Girdwood. And I just wanted to thank everybody for all the hard work. You guys put in countless hours, and it really is appreciated. I also wanted to reiterate that some of the aggressiveness you may have seen for the community does not represent our community at large. We're pretty hardworking people. We're not NIMBYs. We don't all have 3 Airbnbs. Many of us have houses that need tons of work, have 2 or 3 jobs to make rent. We're just a normal community. Girdwood has some soul searching to do and a lot of hard work in front of us now. We as a community need to come together with a consensus of what it is that we want our future to be, and I really look forward to coming back in front of you with that vision in hand and trying to do this again. And again, just thank you for all the hours you put into this.
Thank you for your participation.
Can I just quickly say something? I'll be fast.
Go ahead, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
I just wanted to say thank you for those comments, and thanks for being part of whatever solution comes.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Irene Quidnow, you have today talked again and again and again about transparency, and that's a good thing. Except I want to remind you, there have been 3 public records requests that the clerk refused to fill. The clerk is under your direct supervision. It was taken to court. She lost 2 times. I don't know where the 3rd lawsuit stands. And yet you have done nothing to direct her to provide transparency. And it cost the taxpayers money. You have also sealed an executive session from ever being made public, and it was in regards to Tom Scones and the Blue Alaskan. And yet you sit here and claim that you're all about transparency. You also are complaining that this lawsuit now will be very expensive. Just as a reminder to the taxpayers, you have added more staff to the Assembly Counsel's office long before this current situation because you have so many lawsuits you have to deal with. You also have spent $50,000 of taxpayers' money to hire Bill Falsey just for the separation of power issue. Not to mention the above lawsuits that the clerk lost and the lawsuit about the Open Meetings Act that was settled out of court. And lastly, the recall petition for Mexalatel. If it would have been approved by the clerk when submitted, the question of recall would have been on the regular ballot and would not have cost anything to the taxpayers. But because of the clerk's refusal to approve it, she was taken to court. She lost, you appealed, she lost again, and it cost the taxpayers not only the lawsuit cost, but then because of the timing, it was a special election, and that cost us several $100,000. So do not sit there and claim that, oh yeah, it is so expensive and you're just trying to protect the taxpayers' money. My question to you is, you are claiming to protect us from the misspending of the administration. Who protects us from your misspending?
Thank you for your participation. We have a hard stop at 11:30, so there's probably time for one more. If you come forward and state your name for the record. Please turn on the microphone if you could press the button there.
Yeah, my name's Jim Baxter. I'm with Northern Gravel and Trucking. And on January the 10th, the Assembly approved a supplemental snow haul contract for the supplemental trucks for street maintenance. It was approved on the 10th. My contract was signed on the 17th of January. And until recently, I seen the article about the fuel being pumped out at Northwood into McKenna trucks. I wasn't aware that McKenna was running trucks through one of these amended RRSA contracts at Eagle River. They were still running trucks, which I had the snow haul supplemental truck contract. Nobody from Street Maintenance contacted me. I had no knowledge that they were even running any of these trucks until I seen the article come out. Then they were running trucks up until, I understand, the 25th or later of January, which those should have been my trucks out there hauling through me, not from McKenna Brothers through these amended contracts. I'm one of those that got an amended contract through my South Golden View RRSSA so I could run my road graders for street maintenance. And I've heard testimony here that the Assembly was not aware of any of these amended contracts. I have 2 amendments on my South Golden contract where it allows me to run, the first amendment allows me to run my graders for street maintenance, and then they send me another amended contract, an addendum to my contract, where I could run any of my equipment for street maintenance because I have snow blowers and big dozers that they needed. And then I find out I have a contract for my snow hauling, and I'm not being called by street maintenance to utilize this contract the Assembly approved. I didn't see the Assembly approve for them to have McKenna Brothers out there hauling snow through the Eagle River contract, and where's that money coming from? Who's going to pay that bill? Last that I heard was the McKenna Brothers is owed $750,000 for these supplemental snow hauling they've done for street maintenance. Where's that money coming from? And so far as to this date, I've not been paid for running my road graders for street maintenance in December either. According to South Golden View, I asked them about it, and they told me that they were unaware that there was any amendments even done. The only way that they got the copy of those amendments is that I forwarded it to them. You know, so I'm here for the Assembly to do something about this, to get this straightened out, or I may have to take legal action against the municipality. So that'll be all.
Thank you for your participation.
Sir, we completely agree.
We are at the end of the meeting. Would you leave your contact information? You've got it? Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. We automatically adjourn when we hit the end of the time. Thanks, everybody.